Buddhist practitioners, as disciples of the Buddha, to follow the teachings and to always dedicate all our prayers and practices to all sentient beings' happiness. So particularly, we are doing this practice to liberate from disease, the pandemic that's happening in this world, the COVID and the Omicron variations that are happening right now, to do these prayers to pacify all this. And also we're going to do the prayer today to pacify danger of weapon, and also to pacify from the fear and dangers of famine, which can happen as a result of the pandemic, or alongside the pandemic, or because we're in this world system where all sentient beings have karma and delusion, and we can see there's always wars, there's always disease, there's always famine and poverty. So as much as possible, we want to do these prayers to develop the merits of sentient beings in the karma, so we don't, as much as possible, don't have to experience these heavier results. And particularly, and then alongside pacifying all the other different harms of the elements, the inner elements and the outer elements, caused by imbalances of fire, water, earth, air, wind, all these that can happen in the world, like tornadoes that happened in America recently. So to pacify all these different harms as well. So generally, I just do the prayer and then recite Om Mani Padme Hum 500 times, and then continue like that. Just do the prayer a few times, prayer liberating Sakya from disease, and recite Om Mani Padme Hum 500 times each time, and then do pacifying the danger of weapons and pacifying from the fear of famine at the end, along with some dedications. So we can start. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, many me, all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions such as dharma, spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. However, sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Null-embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, is only being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. Null-embodied beings being harmed by 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, so forth. With whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and the body and mind of radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, many be me who may all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. All embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings whose only being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. Null embodied beings being armed with 8,000 class of harmful interference, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, 424 diseases, so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and with the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Oh, money, baby, 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 oh, money, baby. Oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby, oh, money. Money, baby, oh, money, baby, oh, money. Oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. All the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world, may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like which leading the being to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Null embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they're being placed inside the mouth of the animal lord of death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the strength and infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings, we'll do one more time. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and bikinis. We go for refuge to the enter clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and bikinis. We go for refuge to the enter clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and bikinis. We go for refuge to the enter clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions such as harm, spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like which leading the being to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. All embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and infectious diseases, and may sound of whose names terrifies beings as though being placed inside the mouth of the animal lord of death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, may die with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Okay, so now we'll do the one for pacifying the danger of weapons. Lomani Padme Hum, great loving, victorious one, Arya sublime, compassionate eye looking one, raffle victorious eye, giver, perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminates all dangers upon near hearing, your compassionate nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient means the time of quarrelling and of flourishing, the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering. From the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great rain of loving kindness on the transmigrated beings whose sages as a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and sufficiency to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sending beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result being miraculously born in blissful land. Please lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and died to have long lives and not have sicknesses, stop all the quarrelling, fighting, enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all inhabitants and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, unbetraying cause and result, which is that ultimate reality, and by the compassionate Guru, mind sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And now for pacifying the dangers of famine, or fear of famine. Having generated the mind, aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assembly of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Seers, Prachika Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Sakinis, and Dharma guardians in 10 directions, Yaksha, wealth gods, lords of treasure, along with your retinues. Think of these protectless living beings as degenerate times of love, and in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on as well as land of snows. Please pacify the harms of 4 elements of timely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvest, and so forth ripen and increase like the dew during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the aeon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of victorious ones and their children, the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Okay, so we'll do the dedication prayer. Nama Sangye Rova Jigyama Yupa Deye Sala Gubashu Chanju Sencho Rinpoche Nage Banam Ye Yurshe Yeva Nyamba Me Bayan Gone Gondu Belashu Ganri Rawe Gorwe Jingdam Dear Bendan De Lama Junvene Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team Baru Dengushi Tuzul Janjing Jangong Gele Tenzing Yonbel Vidunzo Do Florze Chosum Gubele Mondure Pada Sodu Jigundu Shapten Shu. Okay, thank you so much. And there's Venerable Tendar ready to take over.
Hello, Venerable Angie.
Nice
Everyone who is listening. What time is it for you?
4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Afternoon. Yeah. Here it's midnight.
It's like midnight there. You're on a late shift.
1 o'clock in the night. Yeah.
1 o'clock. Wow.
I'm like a gypsy these days in the Netherlands, going from friends to family, friends, family. So I'm everywhere 2 or 3 days. And tomorrow it does not suit me so much to do a session. So I thought like I sign up for this time and then tomorrow a lot in the train, seeing this person for 2 hours. And then I move to my son to sing a few hours and then I go to a friend. So yeah, it's
That's
not.
nice. Are you enjoying? It's nice.
Yes. Yeah. No, in general, it's I prefer to be in a monastery and to practice more, but like
Sometimes you need to do this, yeah.
once in a half a year, it's okay to go to see friends, and it's very nice to see the people where you're connected with. Yeah.
How long are you doing it for? 2 or 3 weeks, or a bit longer?
Yeah, 3 weeks. Yeah, like last week I came, and I will go back in 2 weeks. And I want to also stay a little bit with my mother. Yeah. Last year we did not see each other because of the COVID, and not this year now for the second time. But yeah.
I haven't seen my mum for 4 years.
You did not see her for 4 years? Oh.
I know, because I was about to go in the COVID. I usually go every 2 years because I'm in the States, so it's more expensive to fly over.
Yes. Yeah.
So I usually go every 2 years, and I was just about to go, and then the whole COVID thing started. And it's still quite bad in the UK, it's never really, it's just not really worked out. And she's okay. She doesn't need me to go. I mean, my brother and sister are there, so it's not like I'm really sort of needed or something. She's okay with it. But maybe, that's the longest it's been since I've been ordained, 4 years.
Wow, yes. Yeah. I just wanted to ask you how it influences you, this COVID time for you. And this is very heavy, not seeing your mother for 4 years.
Yeah, well, it's okay. My mum's okay because she does have her two, my brother and sister live 5 minutes away in the car, and she's got grandchildren, and she knows my life's like this. I mean, she's probably hoping next year I'm going to come if things, do get better. But no, it hasn't. The COVID, I think that really what's been hard is for me is not being able to see Rinpoche for like over 2 years.
That's also.
Yeah, because it's usually I try and go somewhere where Rinpoche is. If
yes,
I don't see Rinpoche here, I'll go somewhere to a teaching once a year or something,
Yeah.
And so that's like nearly 2.5 years now. So that's quite hard.
Yes. Anyway, I heard some rumors that there might be something organized for next year, some time again, so with a big retreat. But anyway, still rumors. Huh?
Rinpoche there live in person or on Zoom?
No, I think I don't know. Like this way, we don't know. But I assumed we will be able to see him, but it might be all on Zoom.
The light of the path is on Zoom, yeah.
Yes.
Did you see that? Yeah, that's on Zoom. But you're talking about something else, maybe?
No, I think it might be this. Yes, yeah. Then it will be on Zoom. Yeah.
That's on Zoom. Well, that's on the newsletter. That just came out in the newsletter. Yeah, that's going to be on Zoom.
Yeah.
But
thank you so much, Angie, and so.
Yeah, I better let you get on with the prayers. It's nice.
Thank you so much. Yeah, have a good time in Rinpoche's house. You are, huh?
Yeah. I'm very fortunate. Just trying to purify and collect merit. So
yes, I try to remember that Rinpoche said is that all these every student can offer all the offerings you make in Rinpoche's house for everyone. So sometimes when I'm lazy or on the road, at least I think like, there are some offerings made, so I can offer it to the Buddhas.
You've had a lot of service to do. Everybody's got different ways they have to offer. Yours has been a lot of directing and managing still.
Yes.
Which is incredible to do all that. So I rejoice.
Yes.
Okay, Tim.
Okay. Also, greetings to everyone who is in your house. I think Venerable Holly and so on. Yeah.
Holly and Venerable Annette. Yeah.
Annette also. Okay. Wow.
I'm doing it on behalf of the house because they're not so keen to do Zoom and prayers like this, So yes. I said I would do it for all of us.
Very kind. Very kind. Okay. Ciao. All the best.
Bye.
Have a nice days, coming days. Ciao. Chenrezig Institute. Who is on your side? Hello. You're unmuted.
Yes. No, we just had a changeover just now. Someone else was doing it, but I've just taken over for them.
Okay.
Apparently, a tree has fallen on Malgo's hut, and brought down power lines. So she was hosting it, but while she's sorting that out, I'm taking over from her.
Okay, thank you so kindly. Is it sure that it's on YouTube? Because usually Chenrezig Institute is in my favorites, and it shows up usually when. And this time I did not see it in my favorites.
Yes, I've done it myself. I couldn't find it just now when I'm logged on, and I have to go and edit it. There's stuff I have to add to it, edit the video, and then it should come up in a few minutes.
Oh, okay. Yes.
But no one can get to it. Even I couldn't.
No, so, that's strange. Yeah, but usually every week I can find it, and
I've had a look. I've had a look at it, and normally I might start it, but you've got to edit it and put things on it, add to a playlist, and do all these things, and it hasn't been done yet. I think because of the tree thing with Malgo, she didn't have time. Okay. While you're doing that, I'll go ahead and do that, and hopefully things will get us sorted.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, and have a good night. For you, it's still night, I think now.
No, it's about 10 a.m. in the morning. In
okay. So have a nice cup of coffee with the prayers. Thank you. So good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome at this session from the Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer we do for the COVID at the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, because it's a very powerful practice according to Rinpoche. And Rinpoche asked if we could do it every week. So that's why we do the whole Saturday, these prayers. So the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. So I think Thangtong Gyalpo has been seen as an reincarnation of the historic Buddha himself. He made many, many bridges, made many prayers, healed many people. And at one time there was a big monastery also in danger of the pandemic, and he made this prayer, and the pandemic was stopped. Anyway, this is a worldwide pandemic. We do this prayer on behalf of everyone. Mainly consists of setting the motivation, then do the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, often, then do the actual prayers, and at the end we do the dedications. That's the global setup of this text, Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer, known as liberating Shakya from disease. So we will start with inviting all sentient beings around us, because we don't do this prayer alone. We do it on behalf of all sentient beings. We visualize in general the males on our right side, the females on our left side, those who support us a lot on the back, and in front of us, those we have difficulties with, people we have who create obstacles in general for us, or upset us. So with them we quickly lose patience. We can also visualize those big criminals, those we're really scared of, or big dictators from the past, like Hitler. They might be in other realms now somewhere, Stalin, Mao Zedong, people like that, Idi Amin, Videla. So people who have created so much negative karma that they must be somewhere in the lower realm. So, and also all animals that are around us, but in the form of humans. So, and then all sentient beings from all the 10 directions, from east, south, and in between directions, from other world systems. In front of us is our guru, in the form of Buddha Chenrezig. So if you don't have a guru, you can visualize His Holiness the Dalai Lama. That's the Chenrezig. General, all the Tibetans see His Holiness as Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion, or Lama Zopa Rinpoche, or any other Lama who is for you a guru. Can be also Kandala or another female teacher. So in our mind, we offer the Buddha or Chenrezig a throne out of respect for all the achievements and his loving kindness and having all these, the most wonderful qualities you ever can imagine. All the good qualities from all people around us, the Buddha has it. Chenrezig, and therefore Chenrezig has 4 arms. You can also do the 1000-arm Chenrezig visualization. If you have an initiation, you're allowed to visualize yourself as Chenrezig. You can visualize Chenrezig in front of you at or in on the top of your head, looking in the same direction as you are doing. So it's so fantastic to have connection with Guru Chenrezig. It really is gives a very delightful feeling, happy feeling. And you have a complete open heart to all the suffering of all the sentient beings who are still suffering many, many problems. So all the people who have COVID, they are around us. People from hospitals, wherever in Arabia, Australia, Brazil, Nepal. The people who have COVID, they are around us, and we do these prayers also on behalf of them. So on the heart of Guru Chenrezig is the mantra Mani Padme Hum. It's all the letters you can do in Tibetan or in Western letters, it doesn't mind. Om Mani Padme Hum. It's circling clockwise on a moon disk, the heart of Chenrezig, spreading out rays of light to all sentient beings, the whole universe. It touches all the heart, purifying their negative karma and obscurations. Setting them in bliss. Guru Chenrezig is 24/7. He has this loving kindness, reaching out to others. And of course, others have so much obscurations, negative karma. They are not able to receive all this loving kindness at this moment. With our prayers, so very strongly. And then we take refuge in Buddha Dharma Sangha. Motivation. So you can find the link below the screen on YouTube. All sentient beings, my mothers, were infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, were infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, were infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, were infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Now we do this mantra where the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum sends out rays of light and comes back to the Buddha. It's like a stream of light goes out all the time, spreading into the universe, touching all sentient beings. Do a few times together, and then we can do it for ourselves. And also in the background, I will play afterwards the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra with Lama Zopa Rinpoche to have even more inspiration, having also his blessings doing the mantra with us. Om Mani Padme Hum, mani padme hum. Om 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 mani padme hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Now we're gonna do the actual prayer. 2 times. The actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that set on the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll do it 1 time, Gregorian style. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So a few dedications. Usually that's also a link below on the screen. First, to actualize bodhicitta, this big love and compassion that we only want to dedicate our life to increase all our capacity to become a Buddha ourselves and to benefit other sentient beings. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline but increase and more and more. Then we want to realize emptiness in order to go out of samsara for ourselves, also for others. And the more wise we are, the better we can help other people. Samsara nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, a cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. Seek blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these 2 are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And for all the sick of the world, we make this prayer. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses, and may all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. And then, in order to increase all our capacity to help other sentient beings, we need gurus. So this prayer is to meet a guru in all our lifetimes in the future. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and path, may quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And also for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all of future lives, by the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away from even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Gangri Rave Korven Sinkam De Pandan Deva Malun Jungwen Chenrezig Institute Yatsu Yin Shape Site Badu Tengyun Chi Zopa Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Toje Jangjin Jangun Yawim Tenzi Kyung Pawe Kunze Dok Bonzin Jung Sum Kurwe Lagmun Tundrum Pandan So Dunji Gandun Shamten Chu. So for all His Holiness Dalai Lama Zopa Rinpoche and all our gurus like Kantula and other teachers, may all their holy wishes come true. May we be able from our side to always have the conditions to be of service to them, never be separated from them, and maybe reach enlightenment quickly so that we can help other sentient beings much more effectively. So, and for all everyone we are connected with, especially our IMI brothers, sisters, all the people, all the our donors, our sponsors, all the practitioners, the brothers and sisters, like all the Facha brothers sisters who also practice. May they all have success in their practice, and may they reach enlightenment quickly. Of course, for all other goals, like for world peace, for everyone who has responsibility, and especially, of course, everyone who was hit by the COVID economically, also emotionally, and have lost their bodies, those who are in the bardo. May they find good rebirth. May all the sick heal, and if they die, may they get of a human rebirth or a rebirth in a pure land. Thank you so much for being with me. I don't know who is waiting for me. Let's follow up. About Tony. Oh, you're muted, Tony. We cannot hear you. Very nice playback, but we cannot read your lips.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, very well.
Hi, Tim.
How are you?
Hi, Tony, how are you? Just say that we'll it's appearing on YouTube now. We just had
Thank you so much.
Edit it, so it's all right now.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your dedication and work. Yeah. So, Tony, are you in your beautiful house there?
Yeah, I'm in my house this morning.
Yes.
First time. Yes. Is that your room where you are?
I'm a bit a gypsy in the Netherlands. I'm traveling from friend to friend, family member to family member. So so I'm now a few nights here. So in Amersfoort, in the middle of the Netherlands. Yeah. So yeah. So
where are you going for Christmas? Where are you spending Christmas?
Oh, there with my mother. Yes. So that So I'm still go a bit from friends, and I have 3 sons living in the Netherlands. So yeah, I visited them, and now some friends also. Yeah, and tomorrow the architect from Nalanda, he lived there for 5 years, and he's now back in the Netherlands. So I will visit him tomorrow. Yeah, a little bit like a gypsy. So
who's the architect? Who's that?
That was Martijn. Martijn. He lived for 5-6 years. Yeah. You remember him?
Yes. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I will see him tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you're good health or so?
Pretty good. Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
I rejoice. Okay, go ahead. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Nice seeing you again. Yeah, see you. And ciao, everyone. Thank you for being with us.
Okay. All right. So, good morning. Then cultivate positive motivation for engaging in this session. And so, establishing the practices of Buddhist practice, we do this on the basis of taking refuge. And the fundamental understanding in Buddhism, when you take refuge, that you have a commitment not to harm others, to live in such a way as not to harm others. And so then when it is the case, it may be the case, especially here as COVID-19 manifesting out, and the stresses that are caused in the society as a result of decisions that are made by medical people and government, then it can be that people, of course, become very upset, and polarization can occur. And within this, a lot of anger and resentment may arise. But it is a fundamental thing in Buddhism, regardless of what our view is, however it is, that we should live with this understanding of not harming others. And that means not harming others with our body, speech, and mind. not using our speech to hurt others with rage, not using the speech in a malicious sort of way, in a kind of way that we look down on others, patronize others. They're totally inappropriate. And if we're samsaric beings, if we understand the teachings of Buddha, and if we're samsaric beings, it really is not the case for ordinary beings that there are good guys and bad guys. There are just beings who have various levels of disturbance in the mind. So everyone, as an ordinary person, is going to act at times in unskillful ways. It's not like some person is essentially better than another person, or my point of view is essentially right and your point of view is essentially wrong. And so one time someone told me, they asked Lama Zopa why it was that he didn't give up on the students. Students are being given advice continuously, but so often don't follow the advice, don't live their life according to Dharma. And his answer was because he understood. So we may not have the wisdom or compassion of Lama Zopa, but there certainly seems to be a message there that if we are a practitioner of the Dharma, the important thing is to have that level of understanding of other beings. Their point of view may not be the same as us, but we hold their point of view, we respect their point of view, respect them as another person, and don't use that relationship, that difficult relationship, as a basis for causing more conflict in our society. And so then in our conduct, our moral conduct of Buddhism, the foundation of moral conduct is morality of not harming others, having that as an understanding, not harming others with our body, speech and mind. And then the morality of doing virtuous deeds, so using our body, speech and mind as best as possible to do wholesome actions, whatever the circumstances and however things may manifest in the world, with COVID-19 or not COVID-19, as best as possible to live in a virtuous way with our body, speech and mind, and then maintaining morality of benefiting others, having that basic principle wherever we can to live with an attitude of wanting to benefit others. And so with this approach, then, it means whatever we do as Buddhists, we should carry that into our activity and not get distracted away too much by particular points of view. That we may have a point of view, it's a right to have a point of view, but the point of view to be conditioned by these basic principles of morality of Buddhism, not harming others with our body, speech and mind. And with our body, speech and mind, perform virtue. And then with our body, speech and mind also have this attitude of being of best benefit to others, to use our life to be a benefit to others. And so with that approach, on that basis, then to engage in this recitation or practice in recitation in relation to COVID-19. And so their motivation, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our minds, the Dharmakaya. And then to invoke the embodiment of the compassion of all the Buddhas in the form of Chenrezig, and to visualize above the crown of one's head. And as we do, recite three malas of mantra, of manis, that compassion energy of Chenrezig rains down and infuses our body and speech, with our body and mind, with Chenrezig's qualities. Or Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Now the actual prayer. May all diseases, sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grey spirits, illnesses and bruises not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered to separate the body from the mind of mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that place in Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spiritual illness and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be empowered by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings at their place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever substance or due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spiritual illness and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors that not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and these sounds of whose names terrify beings and placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings at their place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spiritual illness and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirror incident, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings and placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings at their place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be pacified. By the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spiritual illness and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and mere sounds whose names terrify beings at their place inside Gyalpo, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers and 364 spirits of harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karmic results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors do not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they placed themselves in the mouth of the Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 364 spirits of harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karmic results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings at some place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 364 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to the service of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 364 spirits of harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers and 364 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever substance arise to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all his dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 364 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms, grave spirits, illnesses, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like which will lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind of variance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings bear harm by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that place themselves in the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have readiness and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then now to dedication, and firstly to dedicate with these verses from Chanting David's text, Bodhisattva way of life. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or overfall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, but with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, and may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicine be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever disease they are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power. May people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain. Until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. And so then just so to continue on to the dedication. Dedicating here firstly towards those who have recently died, particularly as a result of COVID-19, then may they take birth in a pure land or take perfect human rebirth to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents, make contact with faultless spiritual teachers, follow the grounds and paths and attain enlightenment. And there, wherever beings are seriously ill, particularly again as a result of COVID-19, may they recover from the illness, and if not, may they have peaceful death, take rebirth in pure land, or take perfect human rebirth to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents, make contact with faultless spiritual teachers, follow the grounds and paths, attain enlightenment. And then, wherever beings are undergoing difficulty as a result of COVID-19, or sick directly as a result of the sickness, or friends having sickness, or as a result of emotional upheaval like this, or work situation, problems like that, conflicts with others as a result of it, being traumatized by the situation in various ways, including the decisions that are made by government, by medical people. May those beings then receive peace of mind. May they be able to transform those unfortunate circumstances into something beneficial. And then where beings are engaged in caring for those who are seriously ill, may they find the courage and wisdom and compassion to continue to do so, whether they be the friends and relatives or whether they be the paid staff. And then may holy beings continue to manifest in the world, be a source of inspiration and to give teachings and to have long lives, particularly here for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. May he have long life and to continue to give teachings, be a source of inspiration. Then also for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, to have long life and to continue to give teachings, be a source of inspiration. And also for all the various other teachers who are teaching faultless paths to be of benefit to others, may they also have long lives, continue to give teachings. And then also to make prayers that that we also, future lives, make contact with faultless spiritual teachers so that we can integrate the Dharma into our lives and be of benefit to others in future lives. Okay. Hi, Daichen. Are you unmuted, or is it me, or do I have to unmute you?
There. I unmuted me. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Where are you sitting at the moment?
I'm here at the Garden of Enlightenment.
Oh, the Garden of Enlightenment. I can see it behind you. Yeah, I can see the students behind you.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
I don't know how long I'm going to hang here for. I forgot to bring my insect repellent.
Oh, gosh. All right.
Well, although Ajahn Brau's listening to the teaching is his, and he says that if you're meditating, really well, you become invisible to mosquitoes.
All right. Yeah, I think that's probably true too. Yeah.
So I'm gonna try my luck. See if I can become invisible.
Yeah. Try to meditate well. All right. Well, I'll see you later then.
Okay. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yep. You too. Okay. So thank you for joining me today. I'm just wondering. Thank you for. Who is it? Tim? Are you managing the platform today? At the moment? Yeah.
Yes. Yes. We've just monitoring it on YouTube on my phone, just while I pause that. Hang on. Yes, we've to keep this sustainable, and with the Queensland borders opening up, we've decided if we can, it's easy to get people to do this if they don't have to physically come in. So.
Oh, look, I think it's a far better idea. You don't need to come in. Zoom is easy to use. It really is. It's an easy platform to work from. I mean, for goodness sake, Venerable Tony, he actually is working it out. So it's easy. It's easy. So that's that's great. So, and it sounds as though you can hear. It sounds as though you can hear me all right.
Yes. YouTube's working okay. So yeah, it all looks like we're fine.
Good. So yeah, I'm not quite sure how long I'll stay sitting here because of the mozzies, but I'll see how I go. We might do some circumambulations around the stupas behind, and yeah, hang out a little bit. So thank you so much.
All right.
Okay. All right. So here we are in the world, aren't we? In the middle of a pandemic, and it's still very uncertain times. Very uncertain times, and I think a lot of change is happening. So it's really great that we can do prayers together like this, and really do something of benefit for the world, for all sentient beings in all realms. Okay, so let's just bring our awareness into the current moment. Bring our awareness to our breath. And I'd like you to spend a bit of time allowing renunciation to arise. why we are Dharma practitioners, why we are on the Mahayana path to enlightenment. This unsatisfactory nature of society, of our own personal lives, difficulties in finding meaningful activity in our current lives. I'm really trying to develop a deep sense of renunciation. Where would our life be without the Dharma? How the Dharma is a valid source of hope for ourselves and for the world, for all sentient beings. Just the importance of engaging in such profound Dharma practice as this. The blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease by the Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. Such a profound practice, such a profound prayer. So I'm just making a strong aspiration that for the next while, I'm here for the next hour, to really try and practice with a sincere heart, generating compassion for all living beings who are suffering in all realms. Taking the opportunity to practice Tonglen, giving out compassion, giving out the causes for enlightenment, full enlightenment, giving out the causes for being able to practice well, and taking on the suffering. For all sentient beings in all realms, which goes down and destroys the self-cherishing I like a nuclear bomb. It destroys, shatters our self-cherishing, so that we all are able to practice cherishing others with great sincerity and energy throughout this practice. And just how fortunate we are to have these tools and techniques to be able to practice. And just strengthening our renunciation in worldly activities. Our capacity to lead a more beneficial life by engaging in these spiritual activities, this mind training techniques that not only benefit us, but also benefit all those around us. and beyond. So our motivation, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So just spend some time developing this visualization or this sense of presence of all sentient beings in your mind's eye. All sentient beings, my mothers, my kind, kind mothers, having lived eons for eons, been reborn many, many times. So we do have a relationship, a connection to all sentient beings who have been so kind to us. Who are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Shanti, as Lama Tsongkhapa says, the foundation of all good qualities is the kind and venerable Guru, who in fact is kinder than our mothers. So we are doing this practice for all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We all go for refuge to the precious, precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, the triple gem. We go for refuge to the assemblies of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. Just visualize or get a sense of all the gurus, all our gurus, the lineage gurus, in the form of that amazing tanka, the guru tree, the lineage of wisdom and compassion, and all the teachers that have gone before, our current teachers. It's a very rich, rich lineage, very profound lineage. I'm so fortunate that it is still intact to the degree that it is. Still a very authentic lineage. So imagine that we'll get a sense that this is all around us, all our kind mothers. We have the lineage tree, all the gurus and the yidams, Dharma protectors, Tangu and the Kagyu, the Dharma, the teachings. It's all here in our mind's eye. Get that sense. We are all taking refuge to this tried and successful path to enlightenment, to full enlightenment. that we are all taking refuge. We're taking a very strong refuge because of our renunciation. So just in your mind's eye, we'll just get that sense that everybody, all sentient beings, are kind mothers. We have all taken the time out right now because of being fed up with our lives, with samsara. We are all taking refuge to the triple gem. The assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. Please protect us. Please guide us. In our ultimate refuge, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, our own Buddha nature. That all sentient beings, my kind mothers, we are all doing this. We are all taking refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, because we all have Buddha nature. And this is what unites us all, our capacity for Buddha nature, our own Buddha nature, the Dharmakaya, the empty clarity of our own minds. So, a very common theme of accessing a sense of our own Buddha nature, our own Dharmakaya, is visualizing that from our heart chakra in the form of a hum, often it is, a syllable, a seed syllable, that compassion goes out, love and compassion goes out to all beings. Visualize that we are all doing this, goes out to all beings and transforms them into complete peace and happiness, to enlightenment, and creating a perfect environment. So visualize this in your mind's eye, that love and compassion is leaving your heart in the form of white light, extending out to infinity, transforming all into enlightenment, enlightened beings, enlightened happiness, full happiness, and beautiful environments, peaceful environments, purifying completely everything. Going out into infinity. In your heart. And making blessings to all the Buddhas. Now that we are all enlightenment, we now all make incredible, extensive offerings to all the Buddhas, all the dakinis, the gurus, the yidams, and the dakinis, to the refuge, to all our refuges, we make extensive offerings. Beautiful water, perfumed water, light, incense, flowers, food, music. One big party of gratitude. to the gurus, the yidams, the dakinis, the dharma protectors. With joy in our hearts, we make this extensive offerings to them. All of us, all sentient beings, our kind mothers. Big Dharma party. Gratitude. The gurus, yidams, dakinis, dharma protectors, they're all really pleased with our practice. And they bestow blessings back down to us, which enter our hearts. So feel the blessings of the gurus entering into our heart. Bestowing on us blessings of pure bliss. Visualize now, or get a sense in your mind's eye that that our external environment that we just visualize what is being blessed is dissolves into us, dissolves back into our heart center. It's absorbed. Our environment, all beings, they all enter into our heart, to our heart chakra. Into the seed syllable, and that we too dissolve into the seed syllable. And the 8th step, death dissolution, is often practiced at this stage, where we visualize a mirage, a sense of heaviness in our body. And we visualize a smoky visualization, a silver visualization. The earth element dissolves into the water element with the smoky visualization. The earth element dissolves into the fire element. And we get the flickering lights visualization. We begin to dissolve. Melt away into the seed syllable, which is dissolving upwards. And the final element dissolves the air element. Fire dissolves into the air element. And the air element dissolves. We visualize the flickering lamp, which is the dim light at sunset or sunrise. As we enter into a very subtle mind, a white light, where our body has completely dissolved. We've descended up into the crescent moon, often there's a crescent moon above a seed syllable. Next vision is the red increasing. We dissolve up into the nada. Or the tigo. That begins to dissolve. We visualize the black near attainment, the black light near attainment. Maintain awareness and alertness. You see, the syllable continues to dissolve right up into the tiggle at the top. As that dissolves, we enter into clear light awareness, the Dharmakaya, of our own mind, in a subtle aspect, subtle mind, clear light awareness. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. The most profound refuge. All sentient beings, our mothers, we all take refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All right, so what I think I'll do now then is that I'll go for a little walk around. We'll do some circumambulations around the Garden of Enlightenment here. You can have a look at it while I chant Om Mani Padme Hum to Lama Zopa's tune. So I will turn this camera around. So I'll put my shoes on. Okay. How do I turn this around? Here we go. There we go. Oh. Excuse me. Oh, I poke it for myself. Okay. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Oops, having some little technical difficulties here. Okay. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. So, the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of all sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll just spend a few minutes practicing Tonglen, taking on all the suffering, directing it at our self-cherishing eye, which blows up, totally disintegrated, and is replaced by the attitude of cherishing others. May the four immeasurable thoughts of being free from suffering, the cause of suffering, abiding in equanimity, free from attachment and anger that holds some close and others distant, winning the bliss that is especially sublime, and finding release from the ocean of unbearable sorrow. Giving this to all sentient beings. Maybe you can keep a sense of the visualization or the sense that you had before of all sentient beings, that we are all doing this, all taking on each other's suffering and giving each other everything that we need for happiness, for reaching enlightenment, becoming a Buddha. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of the graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Continue on with Tonglen practice. And the actual prayer again. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Continuing on with some more Tonglen. And moving now into our dedication. May the precious supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. May the precious supreme jewel of the wisdom that understands emptiness that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. In the land encircled by the snowy mountains, you are the source of all happiness and goodness, all-powerful Chenrezig, who is a source of inspiration in this world. Please remain until samsara ends, and may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. Savior of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. To our precious Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, Savior and protector of myself and others, many others, your disciples. Please, please, please live long. May we all please live long, continue to teach, and may we always in all our future rebirths be at your feet until we reach enlightenment. And let's seal with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, all my precious mothers, who are completely empty of existing from their own side and are merely labeled by the mind. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, and is merely labeled by the mind. Achieves a state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existence from its own side, and is the result of causes and conditions, and is a dependent arising. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, and merely labeled by the mind. As a result of causes and conditions, and is a dependent arising. All influenced by the winds of karma. To that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and as a result of causes and conditions. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existence from my own side and is a total hallucination. The Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the two types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Dragpa, shine resplendent forever. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all students, center benefactors, center directors, and staff and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I promise to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart, in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. May I be able to live a life of pure morality, listen to many teachings, train in bodhicitta, and have pure view and conduct without corrupting or polluting the teachings of Losang Dragpa, the 2nd victorious one. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. When I am happy, I dedicate my happiness to collect merits. May space be filled with benefit and happiness. When I am suffering, I take the suffering of all upon myself. May the oceans of suffering dry up. May the monks and nuns of the FPMT outwardly have the pacified and subdued behavior of hearerlessness, inwardly be training well with bodhicitta, secretly maintain the yoga of bliss and emptiness of the two stages, and actualize the complete teachings of the victorious one, Losang Dragpa. Okay, thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the little tour of the Garden of Enlightenment. Damcho, Venerable Damcho.
Venerable Daishin, how wonderful. You know, when I switched on and I saw you sitting there and the trees were so still, and I thought, that's a very nice background. And then I saw the trees move, you know, the leaves, and I thought, oh wow, it's not just a background because the shadows were dancing around you. And I thought, what a wonderful, wonderful setting, and how fortunate you are to have that environment to do the prayers in right now. I mean, if I would go out now, it would be cold and damp and dark and everything. So what a wonderful, wonderful place. So so where are you now?
I'm here at Chenrezig in the Garden of Enlightenment.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that sort of is all the stupas behind me there, and yeah, it's an amazing environment up here. It's just beautiful. It really is just stunningly beautiful up here at Chenrezig. And although, you know, the downside is, although I don't think I've done too bad, it's very humid at the moment, so it's very quite hot, and a lot of mosquitoes.
All right. I had my part of mosquitoes back in France. Oh, crikey, I'm still recovering from the bites. They were really vicious. But, you know, maybe I was just a good buffet. I don't know. But it's lovely to see you. And it's nice to see a different part of Chenrezig Institute as well. So thank you very much for taking us on tour.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much for continuing, you know, maintaining the roster and everything like that. I always look and see how many shifts you have to do.
You know what? I mean, when I was a bit shocked earlier this week, but then it's, you know, it's Christmas season coming up. So everybody's a bit on the move. If they're not teaching, so they're giving teaching, they're attending teachings. You know, some of them are on their way home to meet families. And I was a bit like, oh. And but you know what? The crew once again has come together. You know, it doesn't matter. You ask, you say, look, there's a big gap, and people are just coming in. And you know, I think sometimes they just like to tease me. But no, it's just, I have to say, I've been, you know, it's a great joy to be able to you know, to look after the schedule, because it's just wonderful, you know, the support everyone gives to Rinpoche's project. You know what I mean? It's just me doing a little bit of, you know, put a name in here, put a name in there, send out a reminder, you know.
No, you do very well. I'm certainly sure it's a practice, and each week you probably go through, you know, it's like a roller coaster. Oh my God! And then, come on, everybody, please. And good on you. It's your practice, and I
know what, and I actually look at it that way. You know, it is you know, it's one of, I see it as one of my commitments now. You know, we have been doing this. I was trying to work out what exactly week we were in, and I was thinking we would be on our 75th next week, but we're now on week 73. So New Year's Day is the 75th prayerathon. Wow. And I mean, yeah, so if you think about it, 75 weekends, we all have come together, you know, and it's still going. Yeah. You know, and I still, you know, find it, you know, every week, I guess, okay, of course, we have moments like everywhere, you know, when people have other schedule and other commitments to take up as well. And, you know, and there's always somebody else then happily stepping forward. And it's very rare that we really have gaps in the schedule, you know, and it's really, and it's also when we listen to some of the feedback that we get from the wonderful people that follow us on YouTube or Zoom or you know, live or later on, and messages come in and say, I mean, what else would we be doing now on a weekend? You know, it's Saturday, it's prayerathon, you know, and you have so many that actually even within those 24 hours keep coming back, you know, to offer support to the leads, which I think is just a wonderful, wonderful thing. And what was born really out of sort of necessity and tragedy, if you think about it with COVID, you know, the
Yes.
wonderful community that has grown out of it. That is something that we can rejoice in. And
Yeah.
of course, all the wonderful people like the wonderful leads and the tech team and everybody in the office, and you know, everyone who's making that such a warm environment, you know, through the
all
medium, which is the hard thing. If you think about when we started, you know, we were all trying to work out, who is this on the other side? Who am I handing over to? And you know, and but now everything is warm. You can just tune in, and there's always a warm transition between sessions, and that's just a wonderful.
And all the different flavors that people bring to it too, isn't it? Everybody brings their own touch.
Yes,
I think really, really good like that too.
Especially when we've been taken on tour.
Yeah. No, I love doing this. It's and I never know what I'm going to be doing from week to week. Like, you know, I just sort of see how I'm going. And this week I was able to do an hour, and I spent the first half hour with motivation. I got a bit carried away.
And I think that's what I like about it as well, because it is not just, you know, and some people say, "Ooh, I think I had one or two once comment on." But why is everybody doing it differently? Because everybody does it differently, because we connect differently, and we also manage to reach different people. You know, which I think, if it would be just everybody does exactly the same thing, and you know, it would just become dull. And I think that's another reason why prayerathon has been, you know, so successful is maybe the. Well, yeah, I think we can say successful in terms of, you know, the community has come together, you know, the leads give their time, how people are supporting it. You know, it's because that we are individuals within, and we all have our different ways of connecting. And I think that's important as well. It's a personal experience throughout. And as you said, if you go into programmed, and I've had that, sometimes I'm trying to work towards the newsletter all week. And then on the day in the afternoon, I scrap everything because something else came to my mind which seemed more important, or more up to date, or more with the situation. Or you sit there, you think like, oh, I could talk about this, and then you listen to something a lead said before, and you pick up on that, and that inspires you to carry on with a different thought. And that's just a wonderful, wonderful thing. But thank you very much for taking us around. And
thank you. And do please pass on my regards to Venerable Tender.
Yes, he's at the moment in the Netherlands, and I'm back in the UK.
Are you? Right.
Yes,
right.
Yes. Yeah, I'm joining the team in Leeds next month. So as SPC.
Oh.
So yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, you are going to be busy.
Well, I'm sure I will, but I pass it on to Tender when I see him. When I'm sure I'll to drop him an email tomorrow.
Yeah. Good.
My regards to everyone at Chenrezig Institute.
Okay, thank you so much.
I look forward to seeing you again soon. Much love.
Okay, thank you, Dancho. Bye for now.
Thank you. Oh wow, it's always a wonderful thing. I know that Venerable Deshin, when she was over at Bendigo, she took us around the stupa there, or when she sat in front of the jade Buddha. That was also a wonderful thing. I mean, we got a few of our leads that who take us kindly on tour and show us the surroundings wherever possible. Venerable Sarah, as you know, she when she was at Maritika, she often took us into the on the Kora, or showed us around the monastery there, or when she's around at Buddha, doing Kora around the stupa. And it's wonderful when we have different experiences with different leads. It's always a joy. And we had, I'm just trying to think who. I think it was our dear brother Namjong. He was traveling, and I think he once even did prayers from an airport, which is, I think it's just amazing. You know, everybody chips in, and nearly 75 weekends we've been going, and long time in terms of, shame that it has to go that long with COVID, but it shows we still need it. But a joy to see that the community has grown so strong, being so supportive. And I see we have fellow Jeannie, if you're there. See your name was up earlier, Christine, Alice, and everyone else is joining on a regular basis. You signed on or just quietly listening in the background. So thank you very much for taking out all the time. And yes, it's it was lovely to see. It was lovely to see the grounds of Chenrezig Institute. Okay, where was I? See, that's the thing. I had something on my mind. Even as when Radeshan said, you go with the flow, and I thought, oh, I could talk about this, and then you just sort of inspired by the backgrounds. Wonderful. Okay, yeah, and as you noticed, I'm currently in a plain background, and but hopefully we have that change soon again with a bit more some tankas in the background. But again, it's more what's in the heart, in the minds that matters. All right, so if we take a moment to take a few deep breaths, just to sort of calm the mind a bit. I better take some deep breaths to calm my mind and slow down a bit. So we have just under an hour left in this particular session. And what came to my mind earlier was in the run up to Christmas. Now we have a week to go, and again how often we forget, how interconnected we are with so many other faiths, and we don't like to think about it often, and yet we think, yeah, this is ours, and ours is so unique, and what does it grow from? When we think about Christmas, we think about the Christian aspect of it, the birth of Christ, on which Christianity is founded, and often we forget that, in essence, Jesus was born a Jew. So we have that connection there. And again, if you think about, this is often where, maybe to that point, we are appreciative of the connection between Judaism and Christianity. But, how many think about the connections Jesus and Mary also have with Islam? Because in Surah 19, in the Surah of Miriam, the birth of Jesus, Isa, to Mary, Maryam is foretold. So again, we don't always hear about it. We don't think about it. Yet we think we know what each other's religion is about, when we often don't even read our own scriptures, when we don't study our scriptures. And there's a very, very strong and close connection. And His Holiness often reminds us of the importance of interfaith communication and interaction. And we often see him surrounded with different leaders and scholars of different faiths. Because in essence, the message is that of love and peace. And any faith that teaches you otherwise should be questioned. Question whether it's for the faith that is teaching the opposite, or the people who are using the text to manipulate their own ways. And even within the Christian setting now, when we think about Christmas, it's often the hassle of thinking about having to do all the Christmas shopping, having to buy all the presents, having to buy all this. Because in a way, the message has been diluted with the message of shop, 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 commercial aspects of the true message of love and happiness and peace. But in essence, we all just want to be happy, be at peace and free from suffering. As Jesus said in the Golden Rule, do upon others as you wish to have done upon yourself. And we go on that basis as well within Buddhism. Do acts that are beneficial and wholesome, and disengage from actions that are unwholesome and harmful to others. We're also often reminded that, like us, others do not wish to suffer. So whatever your faith or belief, let it be motivated by love and compassion. And when you hear others use quotes to put down someone else's faith, be sure that you check the entire quote for yourself. Don't just go with the slogans. Often context is the important measure of how a quote is being used. And during this particular time of the year, we also will find that a lot of people will struggle, not necessarily with the financial burdens of having to give presents. Some may be suffering purely through isolation, feeling lost, feeling forlorn, maybe having lost loved ones just in the run-up to Christmas, having loved ones and friends in hospital. Quite a few years ago, a dear friend of mine passed away due to cancer. Sadly, a week before his death, his son died as well. Both son and father died 2 weeks prior to Christmas. His widow and daughter, needless to say, were very distraught. And it's sometimes these festive days, or particularly these festive days, that you feel emotionally more affected. So if you have somebody in your neighborhood, you know, don't be afraid to check up on them. Make sure they're okay. Maybe even if you can, if you know somebody is alone, why not invite them for a meal, or offer them to cook for them. Maybe do some shopping, or just send them a card, something to let them know they're not on their own. In a strange way, we take notice of many people around us, even though we never interact or communicate. How often do we look out of the window and see somebody walk by at a certain time, maybe walking the dog or going to the shops, just being out for a walk? And then as weeks pass on, we suddenly go like, oh, I haven't seen so-and-so. Does anybody know what happened? So in a way, we do take notice. So when you see them maybe after a few weeks, it's okay to say, oh, hope you're all right. We didn't see you for a while. Even that little gesture can mean so much. We visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the right initiations, please feel free to self-initiate, or self-generate. If not, then just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone wishing to take part but is not comfortable in visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all Mother Sentient Beings. Visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, across the 6 realms. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of Mother Sentient Beings, no matter where they are, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of the mind. Yes, we can feel the purifying action taking place. We can feel the benefits of having all the karmic grime and dirt and taste and smells and stains removed. Having that weight lifted. And as we look around, we can see all Mother Sentient Beings enjoying the same benefit. We recognize that we have contributed to the suffering of others and our own through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. Having had unguarded thoughts, speech, and actions, often caused from misunderstandings, pride, or fear. But nonetheless, we have caused harm. And we acknowledge that we have contributed to the suffering of others. And we ask them for forgiveness. And we make the pledge that from now on we wish to engage in wholesome activities that of benefit to others. Activities that generate happiness and well-being for other sentient beings. It may not always be easy because we're used to acting a certain way. We have done so for beginnings' lifetimes. But we wish to transform. If we trip up, we don't see that as an excuse to quit. We see that as an opportunity to reflect on how far we have come and what we still need to change. Recognizing that we have made a mistake is better than having wandered without realizing that we have made a mistake to start off with. So that recognition in itself is advancement. All sentient beings, my mothers, to infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying. And more of our true nature is being revealed as karmic the karmic burden is being lifted and washed away. Our true nature, Buddha nature, is being revealed. And atom by atom we're being filled with that loving light of compassion of the Guru. So much so that we begin to radiate light back to the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings. We begin to shine brightly, exchanging ourselves continuously with the Guru and others, who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and other beings. We become all one with the Guru, become one with one another. We become one light source of love and compassion for those who are still lost in the darkness, shining like a bright beacon to guide them out. And for those who are aimlessly wandering, we act like a searchlight. We pick them out to go and seek them, to benefit them, to find their way out to the liberation, out to safety, to eternal bliss. So recite the Mani mantra. Let's remember that Om represents the body, speech, and mind, both the defiled aspect that has caused the problems and the suffering, but also the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. In order to transform our body, speech, and mind into that of the Guru, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. Once we have fully transformed, it can be of maximum benefit to all sentient beings. That doesn't mean we try not to be of benefit between now and then. Between now and then is the perfect opportunity for us to practice love and compassion and acquire the wisdom that goes with it. So as we're about to recite the Mani mantra, we're going to recite that in conjunction with the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig, and in which all the 6 realms are being addressed, and some of the causes that keep us or potentially lead us into the particular realms. So as we recite the prayer for one of for each of the 6 realms, we recite one full mala of manis for the beings in the 6 realms. The Mani Padme Hum is the compassion mantra. So we wish compassion upon all beings within those realms. May they receive and give compassion. May they be liberated. Another explanation, so kindly given by one of our brothers, based on teachings received from his teachers, is that Om Mani Padme Hum as a focus can also be seen as the 6-syllable mantra. Each syllable can be taken for one of the 6 realms. So again, making the connections with your prayers, making them meaningful, keeping the focus. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering at countless numbers of times in endless samsara and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. So now we begin with the 6 realms. The first of them, the three lower realms. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits or hungry ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Portala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and darkness of the mind be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning its time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So just having recited individual prayers for all mother sentient beings within those 6 realms. Maybe do 1 extra mala for all those beings collectively, rather than just the individual realms. Let's now visualize all beings within, as one community. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Think about one community. We all want to be happy. We all want to be free from suffering, despite our individual differences. The wish to be free from suffering, to be respected, to live harmoniously, is innate to all of us. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Throughout all my existence may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the 6th mantra, Om mani padme hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So the praises of the Sublime Chenrezig are prayers recalled by Thangtong Gyalpo from a previous life when he was the monk Pema Karpo. As Pema Karpo, he recited these prayers single-pointedly for 60 years whilst doing luminaries between the ages of 20 and 80. So, very diligent. And again, it's quite fitting for our wish to liberate all mother sentient beings. So we recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo 3 times. And we recite the prayers collectively. May all beings who are sick be restored to good health. May those who have passed into the body or about to pass into the body have swift transitions and be reborn under favorable conditions. May those who experience hardships by whatever means be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome those hardships and be returned to a state of happiness that is free of suffering. May all the disease that's in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the house of grass, Buddhas, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose name is deaf for beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the house of grass, Buddhas, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, petunias, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, said like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose name is therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So if we go for our dedications now. Maybe dedicating to all our merits of this session, previous sessions, and future sessions still to come. Not just our own, but all those who have made requests, maybe dedicate all their merits to the well-being of all mother sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and its causes. May they meet the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters of the Sangha, not just our own traditions, but all traditions around the world, for their kindness in keeping the flame of the Dharma alive and the teaching preserved by engaging in studies and giving teachings and carrying out translation works and making the Dharma accessible to those who seek it. May all our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends. May we enjoy their company in this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of the wonderful lay community, who through their great kindness and generosity give so much of their time, expertise, and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers and charitable events and projects can flourish. May they live long and healthy lives. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, never be separated from the Sangha and virtuous friends. And may we continue to enjoy the company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we continue to be guided by the love and compassion and wisdom, and this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being, especially for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times, and how fortunate we are to be alive and in human form, so that we can access and listen to and receive his teachings. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we see him one day be reunited with his people in Tibet. May it all be in this lifetime. And may we continue to be guided by his love and compassion in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great wisdom and foresight has tasked us with these weekly sessions of prayerathon, now in its 73rd week. And by doing so, this not only put us in a position that we engage at a deeper level with the practices to be of benefit to other sentient beings, but also has brought closer together the international community of the International Sangha, building strong connections in this lifetime to benefit other sentient beings, so that they may be carried forward into the next lifetimes. And through the joint community effort, we have also been able to reach you, those of you who follow us on a regular basis, on Zoom, YouTube, in your own homes, in Gompas, maybe you're doing travel, and maybe you listen to us as a recording in your own time, when work and other matters do not interfere with the enjoyment of these sessions. May we continue to be guided by Rinpoche's love and compassion and wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. And may all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty, existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Yeah. Lama Highness, Vice Holiness, and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kowe Jingam Pendan Dewa Malu Jungwen Chenrezig Tenzing Yatsu Yi Shape Site Bodu Tingyu Chi Tu Shang Jing Yam Gen Gel We Tenzing Gen Bewe Kunzu Duk Bo Tse Chok Sum Kowe Lek Mun Tu Dru Padak Sok Tu Je Gundu Shap Ten Shu. Thank you very much, everyone who's joined me in this session. Thank you very much to all the wonderful Sangha for making it possible for us to be here week in, week out, and the wonderful tech team and everyone in the offices. Thank you very much to the Chenrezig Institute for keeping us in there. Who's there? There's Tim. Tim is one of the little elves in the background to make sure that we're on air, Zoom and YouTube, even if Chenrezig has a busy schedule themselves. So thank you very much. On behalf of all of us, send my love to each and every one of the team members, if you see them, when you see them. And I think I got Venerable Lecton. Hello. How are you?
Yes, it's me again. Hello.
Lovely to see you.
Good, very lovely to see you.
Ah, who would have guessed? I noticed. Sorry?
You know how we were talking about Sri Lanka and all the excitement that's happening by the stupa. So I tried to put together a little presentation about what happened last weekend on Saturday. We had a foundation laying ceremony for the Bodhi tree and the Sri Lankan temple that's going to be built at the stupa.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so there was about 400 Sri Lankans and many, government dignitaries and quite a bit to do. Quite an exciting. Yeah.
And that's why we love these sessions. There's always something positive coming out. Somebody always has something really wonderful, exciting. Oh, great. Oh,
because we need it. Otherwise, we think like we are praying, nothing ever happens.
Yes.
But then this one, when I first went to Sri Lanka, there was no understanding, quite a lot of obstacles. And now, yesterday, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is teaching to a bunch of Sri Lankan monks via Zoom. He's giving commentary on Satipatthana Sutra, which is Pali Canon.
Yeah.
Yesterday and today. So things do transform, which is really amazing that they would actually sit and, request a teaching from His Holiness.
Yes. But it is also, as you said, you sometimes sit there, you go, is something happening, because it's building up so slowly that we don't necessarily see it.
Yeah.
And then it's like an avalanche. It just starts rolling, doesn't it? And then it just, and that's the thing. It's, but I'm so pleased that everything is going according to plan, stupa entering and everything. Isn't it great?
Oh, look, it's going to be, I think it's going to be quite a thing at the stupa because there's the sapling from the Sri Mahabodhi, which is the one that's connected with, both Gaya and Sri Lanka. So I think that will draw a lot of people from everywhere.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Oh, it's wonderful. We can rejoice in the visions of Lama Yeshe and Lama Zopa and also His Holiness.
Yes.
Who came to a place which is like complete bush and they could actually envision this amazing change that's going to take place, 25 years later.
Yes. But again, it shows, you know, as you said, 25 years later, but it's like a seed, isn't it? It takes time. Even a mighty oak starts from a seed.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah.
when we don't think about all the little struggles that seed had along the way,
Exactly.
you know, finding the right ground. Oh, how great. I'm really rejoicing on this one. And I also noticed you put in some extra shifts this weekend for me.
I did. I'm just too excited to share this story. So I'm like, okay, let's go.
No, you know, that's just great news. And it's also, you know, this time of the year, you know, it's good that we have also positive. You know, it's very easy to say, oh, we're doing this because it's the misery of COVID. And we don't want to diminish, you know, the suffering that exists.
Yeah.
But if we always just, it's sometimes also nice to hear the positive things, you know, even you know, even in, you know, I mean, how can you appreciate the stars if you haven't got darkness? You know what I mean? You know, how can you appreciate a rainbow when there hasn't been any rain? You know,
we just got to go looking
for the and to see also that there is stuff happening, and that's also it's easy to keep looking at your feet and lose the way. But no, lovely. Thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Yes, let me see. I'm a technological. Oh my gosh, I'm just terrible. But let me see if this actually. No. Just keep your Tara mantras up. Oh no, where are you?
Who? Me or Tara?
Oh no, everything but my presentation.
Oh, that's a shame. I'm sure you will find
I know it's on Google Docs. So
you know, I do appreciate the old-fashioned.
Oh, look, next in
overhead.
The evening, I will share it tonight.
Sorry I'm sure about you that. Will. No worries. It probably pops up. Just no, but that's all right.
But they are real. But I will have it ready for tonight.
Oh, great.
So
let me just have a quick look. When I might then have to see. This is what you're doing. You're making sure that people are tuning back in. Clever.
That's right. Yeah, come at 10 o'clock at night. And I flunked the blurb anyway.
No, but it's really, really great. You know, you really you can tell you're buzzing. You know, you can tell from here. You really, and that's great. I love it. You know, when things go to plan. Ben Electron, lovely to see you. And I try to be
Thank you so much
for the
your
next
interest.
presentation.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, so sorry about promising and not delivering, but hopefully later on today I'll be able to share that. So we'll set a positive motivation for the next 1 hour. Just recalling why we are doing these practices still on an ongoing basis. Particularly following Rinpoche's advice about COVID to transform these terrible conditions for much of the world. At the same time, being very grateful and rejoicing in other things, positive things that are also occurring, whether on a personal level for people or collectively for communities or the environment, having time to recover, and also people finding alternative ways to live, thinking about sustainability, thinking about communities having to band together, support one another. And people are coming forward, taking leadership to step up to be supportive of people who need help. So in this very challenging yet encouraging environment, we once again do the practices that's recommended by Rinpoche. Just sitting for a moment to connect with our motivation, the immense suffering that's very obvious. That people have no refuge, no understanding, for people who have no understanding of cause and effect. Just thrashing around in fear, turning to misinformation, false prophets, turning away from medical, unproven methods. Really being lost. And sometimes even dying as a result. So just understanding that we do have reliable examples, reliable teachers that has proven track record, that we ourselves have results. So we have confidence to do those prayers and practices and follow the guidance of these amazing teachers that we have met in this life. So we ourselves take responsibility to inspire others to walk in the path, to be an example as much as possible, to best of our ability, to use our capacity to alleviate suffering from beings. Whether it's through our practices or study or some action or all of which, that we firmly set this motivation, that we dedicate the rest of our lives to this. So with that, we will do the first part of the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we'll do Om Mani Padme Hum several times. And as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum mantra, we'll imagine Thousand Nam Chenrezig above our heads. And think that we are surrounded by all sentient beings of the 6 realms. And each of them has Thousand Nam Chenrezig above their heads as well. And as we recite the mantra from the heart of Chenrezig, nectar or light emanates and falls on each and every sentient being. First falling on their heads and just cascading down their bodies, permeating every cell of their bodies, purifying the body and mind completely. So we'll imagine the 6 realm beings all in human form, because that is the easiest form to perform purification practices in. So we'll think that they're all in human form. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. So before dissolving Chenrezig above our head, we'll just recite this prayer. Pratul, victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of coddling and flourishing of the two generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom, and also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits, who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma and cause and result, and by miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop their coddling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvests to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and all inhabitants, for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So with that, we can dissolve Chenrezig into light. That imagine that Chenrezig falls on each and every one of the beings, on their crowns, and enters their bodies and abides at the heart. And we are completely purified of all our delusions and negative karma. Past this, what is ripening to lessen, and what is yet to ripen to lessen, to completely purify. And just imagining, taking a moment to imagine that we have become clean, clear. Our bodies are like crystal, free of any blemishes and negativities. And just to feel in our hearts that this has occurred, that we are now endowed with the compassionate qualities of Arya Chenrezig. So with that, we'll do the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. This one is long like prayer. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life prayer. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Lama also, Lord of Dharma, who in accordance with the various dispositions of those to be subdued, makes clear in the light of your well-spoken advice the sacred Ganden tradition, essence of Buddha's teachings. O foremost and holy Lama, to you who are supreme, we make this prayer of supplication. O Lama, please, please live long. Yeah, the dedication prayers. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled. With a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid. May those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. I can seal it with emptiness. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, may the wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. And may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So I will continue on after just a second's break and see if I can share the screen and look at the pictures. So I will take a moment and I'll hide the self-view for a second. See if I can share the screen. If I can find the presentation that I did to show what is happening in Sri Lanka. Would be really nice if I could find it. Okay. Now I want to show myself. Oh, that's weird. Where am I? Can somebody, maybe Chenrezig, tell me if you can see the screen, please? Do you see a presentation? No?
Yes, your presentation is on the screen.
Okay.
When you present, you disappear into a little box in the corner somewhere on the screen. You're still visible?
Okay.
Well, you should be anyway, normally. I don't know what you're... that's normally the case, but we'll see how we go.
Okay, so I can just talk. I'm so excited to share what was happening at the Great Stupa in Bendigo. Because
yes, normally I would expect to see you.
Look, I actually did a self-view hide thing because I didn't know if how do I make myself visible again?
Well, you have to. I'm not sure what your settings are on your computer on your Zoom.
Right.
Normally you stop sharing.
Yeah.
And you'll become visible again.
Yeah.
When you
look, I will just go through because you can hear, and then after this, I can then see if I can show myself again. Is that okay?
Yes.
Because I did.
Is it a video you're playing? Is it something you're?
It's a PDF. So I'm just going to just scroll through.
Okay. Yeah. I think with your share options, you can choose different options, but I can't. A bit hard for me to tell you at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. We'll just run with this one because I'm a technical phobic person. So if this is visible, then I'd like to tell you a little bit about.
Yes. If we look on YouTube, the viewers can see you and me as we talk. So you are a little box in the top corner.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm sorry about all the little bit of technical hiccups, but I'm so eager to share this good news in a world of much bad news, challenging news. So I'm at the foot of the Great Stupa, and I'm hoping that all of you know the Great Stupa is a project that's happening in Bendigo, Australia. And there is a FPMT Dharma Center called Atisha Center. And Great Stupa is another project. There's a monastery. There's going to be a nunnery being built on the same ground. So when His Holiness visited a number of years ago, he said that this shouldn't be a traditional stupa. It should be a center for harmony, and it should be accessible to all kinds of faiths. So the grounds represent many, many, many traditions. So Sikh tradition, Catholic, St. Francis of Assisi is there, Thai tradition. So the Theravadan traditions are coming, and particularly Sri Lankan Buddhists. So because I'm from Sri Lanka, I have a kind of a vested interest in building this harmony, because when I visit, then it would be a pleasant experience for me back home. So on Saturday, we did a foundation laying ceremony at the land that Sri Lankan people have been given by the Great Stupa to build a Sri Lankan style temple. So that through COVID, it was quite challenging to raise funds, but finally, after 2 years of hard work, it actually happened. So this is the Sangha from the Theravadan tradition, and 3 nuns walking down the path to the site that this is going to happen. And Venerable Gyatso and other monks joined at the site, because it was quite a hot day. So I think they took the easy way out. We had the traditional drum players, quite a few dignitaries from the government, council, and other establishments. So it was quite an exciting event, sort of bringing the Sri Lankan community quite close to become close with the Tibetan tradition, people from the Mahayana Buddhism. So this, as we walked up, and this is the site. So it's 708 purchases, and it's going to be the most exciting part about this project is that we have a consecrated sapling from the sacred Sri Ma Bodhi tree in Sri Lanka. So this is quite an exciting thing, because worldwide there's such demand for a consecrated sapling, and for a Mahayana site to receive it is quite an amazing thing and quite auspicious for all Australians, I think, because when we look at other sites where this is happening, it's Bodh Gaya, Sri Lanka, now at the Great Stupa. So I'm so joyful about this event. And this is the Venerable Gyatso and Theravadan monks from Melbourne doing some prayers for the foundation. And we are going to build a protective structure to house the Bodhi tree. This is the president who is laying the foundation to drums, traditional Sri Lankan drums and blessings. And this is the structure that we want to complete there. So thank you for bearing with me. I just wanted to share that just as a good news. And also we have had centuries of disharmony between Mahayana Theravada traditions. And this is, I tell you, it's quite an enormous step between intrafaith harmony, which is more challenging than interfaith. And to top it off, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is giving commentary as we speak. I think he started at 1:30 our time today. He's giving commentary on Satipatthana Sutra, which is a common sutra, 4 placements of mindfulness. And a bunch of Sri Lankan monks who requested that from His Holiness. So I really want everyone to rejoice in that. I will leave this picture as we going to do the prayers. And we can just take a moment to really do a little meditation. And whatever time we have left to reconnect. Yeah, we've got 20 minutes. Let's go back to reciting the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers. So just connecting with our virtuous motivation and really rejoicing in the wonderful things that are occurring around the world, and this interreligious harmony that's occurring at the Great Stupa is a massive step towards that. And we have followed Rinpoche's advice. I have recited thousands and thousands of Golden Light Sutras in Sri Lanka for religious harmony, and so as a suitable purification practice. And now we hope to build a 15-meter Medicine Buddha statue in Sri Lanka. And these things, you know, it's kind of like fairy tale ideas in a very traditional Theravada country to even ever imagine happening. So this, I wanted to feel that the vision of Rinpoche for Sri Lanka is, initially I think, oh, it's so far out, how will this ever happen? But with this Srima Bodhi sapling coming to Bendigo and the Sri Lankan people connecting, people really getting familiar with our tradition, I can see that it is all going to unfold beautifully. So I just want to rejoice in having these teachers, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, that when we follow his advice, impossible becomes possible. So we'll recite the prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum. So when we had this event last Saturday, I just wanted to share that the president of the Bodhidharma Club asked me to come and do prayers before the event because it was such a big deal for them. There is only 30 or 40 people in Sri Lankan people in Bendigo, and the committee is rather small, only 4 people. So they wanted bringing in outside Melbourne Sri Lankans. They wanted it to be, you know, to go everything to go smoothly. And he told me, all week I've been praying to Avalokiteshvara. So that is also quite something, that people lose that barrier, that they can appeal to Avalokiteshvara. They can connect with the Bodhisattvas, Buddhas that are present in Sri Lanka. So with that, I want to recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Just imagining 1,000 Nam Chenrezig above our heads and all beings surrounding us. Sparing mind, equanimity, that understanding that former enemies can become our friends. And that we have such possibilities unfolding in the world. That somehow, whatever small part we can play in these things, that it is a privilege. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So we'll recite this prayer before dissolving Chenrezig into light. Wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the times of coddling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom, and also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon evil karma and cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives, and not have sicknesses to stop all their coddling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So with that, we imagine Chenrezig, Arya Chenrezig dissolving into light and falls on our heads, thereby purifying all our bodies and mind completely. And just rejoice in this, that it has really occurred. So we'll recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I'd like to recite a couple of the mantras that were recommended. So Vajrama mantra. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashamari Pe, Nampashik Naganam, Tayata, Sarvavarita, Hana Rakshana, Vajrana, Raksha Soha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashamari Pe, Nampashik Naganam, Tayata, Sarvavarita, Hana Vajrana, Raksha Soha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashamari Pe, Nampashik Naganam, Tayata, Sarvavarita, Hana Vajrana, Raksha Soha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashik Naganan, Tayata, Sarvabarita, Hana Vajrana, Raksha Soha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashik Naganan, Tayata, Sarvabarita, Hana Vajrana, Raksha Soha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashik Naganan, Tayata, Sarvabarita, Hana Vajrana, Raksha Soha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashik Naganan, Tayata, Sarvavarita, Hana Vajrana, Raksha Soha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashik Naganan, Tayata, Sarvavarita, Hana Vajrana, Raksha Soha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashik Naganan, Tayata, Sarvavarita, Hana Vajrana, Raksha Soha. Black Manjushri mantra. Om Trasa Jusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambam Papi Soha. Om Trasa Jusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambapi Soha. Om Trasa Jusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambapi Soha. Om Trasa Jusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambapi Soha. Om Trasa Jusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambapi Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Du Tasa Du Misa Ni Gola Che Kala Jakam Shambhape Soha. Sadu 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 Misa Nidola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Sadu 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 Misa Nidola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Sadu 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 Misa Nidola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Sadu 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 Misa Nidola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Dangchu Semcho Rinpoche Make Panam Gegushi Ke Panyam Pame Paye Gomne Gongju Parvashu Ke Vadi Nududa Lama Sange Drukyune Drovashi Kangmaluka Jai Sala Kupashu. Recite the long life prayers of His Holiness. Gangri Rave Kove Shinkam De Pandang Deva Malu Shivene Chenrezig Institute Shabde Site Baju Tengushi. Savior of the Snowland teachings and the transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus in the hand, Lord Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. Tukshu Shangshi Thangtong Gyalpo Ten Sing Dong Wei Kun Su Do Po Se Chok Sum Pu Wei Lek Mon Tu Ju Ba Ja So Du Je Gong Du Sha Teng Sho. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. So we'll do the multiplying mantras. Chamdende, Deshin Paja, Sampaya, Dappa Sope Sange, Nampa Nangse Oki, Gyalpola Shak Salo, Jamchu Sempa Sempa Chempo Kuntu Sangpola Shak Salo. Hayata Om Panchagriya Avabodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhe Soha Hayata Om Panchagriya Avabodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhe Soha Hayata Om Panchagriya Avabodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhe Soha Hayata Om Panchagriya Avabodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhe Soha Hayata Om Panchagriya Avabodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhe Soha Hayata Om Panchagriya Avabodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhe Soha Chomdende Deshin Shepadra Shampayang Dappa Sope Sange Mongila Baiduro Ke Gyalpola Shak Salo Chomdende Deshin Shepadra Shampayang Dappa Sope Sange Novadang Mondam Tamche Raptu Rupe Gyalpola Shak Salo. Due to the power of the blessings of the eminent Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the power of infallible dependent arising, and the power of my pure special attitude, may all my pure prayers succeed immediately. By pacifying all the signs of obstacles and by perfecting every single required condition, may the Dharma tradition of the Dharma King Tsongkhapa be preserved and developed. Due to the 2 types of merits collected over the 3 times by myself and others, may the teachings of the far-famed victorious one's pure wisdom blaze forth. So 1 minute, we can just meditate on the 3 spheres of emptiness. That the merit we have created in ourselves and all the sentient beings are empty from existing inherently. So thank you very much. I hand over to Venerable Namjong.
Yes. Hi,
Hey,
Lecter.
nice to see
I'm
you.
Lucy. Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you?
How are you? Yeah, I'm good. Where are you?
I'm in Sera.
Oh, it's still at,
Yeah,
you
so
managed to go back. Yeah. We have to
yeah.
talk about
What's that?
Sri Lanka. We have to
Oh
talk
yeah.
about Sri Lanka. Yeah.
Where are you now? Are you
I'm
in
in
Australia still?
I'm in Bendigo. I'm
Okay.
in Bendigo, but stuff is unfolding. So, you know, yeah, we
Great.
have to talk. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Well, be well.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, thank
I
you.
just will send you a message. Some monk wants to travel to Sri Lanka. I'd like to ask if you know him as well, but I will message you.
Okay, yeah. Get in touch.
Some monk from Sarah. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, be well. Yeah, take care. Okay. Hello and welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining us for our continuing series of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer-a-thon sessions. As many of you know, we have, as a global IMI and FPMT community, been doing these sessions now for well over a year. And we've been doing it on the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who recommended that these weekly sessions be done until the pandemic is over. Unfortunately, as many of you know, the pandemic is not over. And in fact, in many parts of the world, due to the Omicron variant and various other conditions, there are still widespread outbreaks happening, particularly in the UK, of course, in Southern Africa, and many parts of the world. So now, as we begin the session, many of you know we always adjust our motivation. So although we, on one level, say we're doing this to help the global situation in terms of COVID, then more generally speaking, we should remind ourselves of the great compassion that wishes all beings to be free of all the various types of suffering that they experience. So not only the suffering of sickness, but also the suffering due to war, economic problems, natural disasters, and so forth. And then when we look deeper, we see that, as it says in the teachings on the Four Noble Truths, the root cause of these various types of physical and mental suffering actually is rooted in the mind. And in particular, as long as we are under the bounds of our karma and delusion, then that's what it means to be in samsara, this uncontrolled state of endless rebirth. And as long as we're in samsara, we're bound to experience one type of suffering or unsatisfactory experience after another. So now that we want sentient beings and ourselves to be free of suffering, we actually need either ourselves or others, we need to be free of the causes of suffering, namely the karma and the delusions. And the root of all the delusions or the afflictive emotions is the ignorant mind that grasps onto a distorted view of reality. And the only antidote to that is to develop the wisdom, realizing emptiness, the ultimate true nature of reality. That is the only way that we can have the direct antidote to all of the samsaric sufferings. And so since we want sentient beings to be free from suffering, we want them also to realize emptiness, to generate this wisdom within their own mental continuum. And therefore, in order that we can guide them to do this in the most effective way, we need to develop our own internal qualities and skills. And this internal development of our skills and qualities to the fullest extent is what enlightenment is. Then and only then will we have all the skills and qualities to guide sentient beings in the most effective way to be free from the oceans of samsaric suffering and lead them to the state of liberation and enlightenment as well. So with that motivation in mind, since we want to achieve enlightenment, then we have to accumulate all the causes of enlightenment, and we need to purify our mind of all the obscurations and the things that prevent us from being enlightened. And therefore, we're going to engage in this practice here today. And those of you who are students of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, then you should take great joy in the fact that now, since we are engaging in this practice on the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, then this practice itself becomes the most powerful in terms of purification and accumulation of merit, because we are fulfilling our Guru's advice and wishes. Okay, so just a little bit there on the motivation. And now I'm going to share the screen, and we can start with the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. So here, this motivation also is, going for refuge. And now, to kind of cement our awareness that we're doing this for all sentient beings, it is said in the teachings, it's very good to visualize that all sentient beings are in the space around us, and they are doing this practice, as it were, with us. And we can think that as we recite these words, the sentient beings that we visualize in the space around, they're also reciting and practicing with us. So, and then we can visualize the three jewels of refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha in the space in front. One simple way to do that is just to visualize Shakyamuni Buddha, inseparable from our own Guru, in the space in front of us. And our Guru, in this aspect, has come here to the space to help guide us, to help lead us to enlightenment. And then we can think that our Guru is the embodiment of all of the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, as well as all the holy objects, the statues, to the scriptures. And then recalling those good qualities of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and aspiring to attain those qualities within ourselves. Then that's why we go for refuge. This practice of going for refuge is, the practice to kind of recommit ourselves to training in the path laid out by the Buddha, shown and taught in the Dharma, and that the Sangha has, also realized to a certain extent. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so now here, we'll recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. And so now here, before we do that, if you've had the initiation into the practice of Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion, you can generate yourself as the deity. And in order to do that, first dissolve all the impure appearances into emptiness, and then your mind realizing this emptiness, the ultimate nature of all phenomena. That mind itself then arises in a form that can be seen and interact with sentient beings, and therefore be able to benefit them in a more direct way. And therefore you arise as Avalokiteshvara. Those of you who don't have the initiation, you can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of you. And either from yourself clarified as Avalokiteshvara, or from the Avalokiteshvara visualized in the space in front, you can think that at Avalokiteshvara's heart is a lotus and moon disk, on top of which is the syllable free, And surrounding that syllable, free, is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite the mantra, from the syllables and from the lotus, from the heart of Avalokiteshvara, then numerous light rays radiate out in the 10 directions. These light rays then come to strike all sentient beings, and when it touches them, it then purifies all sentient beings of all their sicknesses, all their negative karma, all their obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment. And then by the time we are finished with the recitation of the mantra, then all sentient beings will be enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. So yeah, try to keep that visualization in mind as we recite. We'll chant a few together out loud, and then we'll switch to a more silent recitation so we can do it more quickly. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme 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 Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So now take a moment and rest in the awareness that due to having recited the mantra and the power of the light rays from Avalokiteshvara, that all sentient beings, just as we visualized, are now completely pure, completely purified of all their sicknesses, all their negative karma, all their obscurations towards liberation and enlightenment, and think that they all are now enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. Okay. And now we will recite the actual prayer, and we'll do this, again and again for the rest of our session. So again, not just reading the words, but to the best of your ability, try to generate some experience in your heart. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graya spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graya spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graya spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases May all the diseases that saddle the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances, the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, some protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, some protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so now we'll do more general dedication prayers. So first, to actualize bodhicitta. So you can think like this. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings in the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I promise to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Then for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunatha's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Then to seal the dedication with the understanding of emptiness, due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Then these next 2 verses from the King of Prayers. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samadhi Vajra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue, with dedication praise is the best, by all gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And lastly, for the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa to spread, for the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merit of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. So thank you very much. And we can also here now dedicate for all the beings who are sick, whether due to coronavirus or any other ailment. May they quickly be freed from all their various diseases, and whatever diseases are in the world may never occur again. And then we can also dedicate for those who have recently died. May all those beings who are currently in the bardo be reborn in the Pure Land where they can be enlightened, or at the very least, again, attain a perfect human rebirth, meet with a Mahayana Guru and Mahayana Dharma, and attain enlightenment in their very next lifetime. Okay, so thank you very much. And yes, I will now give it over to Tenzin.
Good afternoon, good morning.
Good morning, yeah.
Good morning, yeah. Okay, nice to see you, Namjana.
Okay.
Are you feeling better?
I'm feeling better. I think I have a sinus infection that grew out of my coronavirus infection. So I still have a lot of congestion. I might go see a doctor about that, get on antibiotics. But yeah, I'm feeling a lot better.
All right.
Yeah.
Good
But
to
still
hear.
not 100%.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
May the rest come quickly.
Thank you very much. Where are you situated?
Yeah, I'm in Washington State, in
okay.
Lama Zopa Rinpoche's retreat house, just offering service here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Terrific. Okay. Great. Okay. Well, be well and
thank you.
Take care. Yeah. See you next time.
Nice to see you.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, we'll let's go ahead and take a few moments to, well, first of all, if we're continuing on, to allow the energy from the prayers and the practice to just settle. And if we're joining for to join the session, just bringing our attention to our body, settling the mind. And as we think ahead to the hour that we have, or however long we have to stay, and bringing our intention into focus, that with the wish that we can offer through our practice, through our prayers, through visualization and the mantras, the most benefit to the world around us. Much of that benefit comes in how we prepare our minds and maintain a state of mind while we engage in the practice. So we can contemplate for a few minutes to help us best prepare our mind so that it's in the most conducive state to bring about effective practice. And we can recall the instructions of the practitioners that have lived before and gained experience in their own minds and in bringing benefit in this world. That the first step is to bring a relaxed, alert, focused state of mind. So much of the time our minds are quite active, and that often continues to be the case even while we engage in contemplative practice. So we can just set our intention clearly that when we notice that the mind moves away from what we're focusing on, from the words that we're saying or the contemplations that we're bringing to mind, that we are, first of all, that we're aware that this has happened, and then we bring the mind back to the object of focus. And by setting our intention very clearly at the beginning to do this, this can carry through the practice. And by bringing to mind the benefit of doing this, we can not only know with our heads that this is an effective step, but we can also come to know, experience, to feel in our hearts that this is adding kind of adding juice to the practice. So with this more focused state of mind, relaxed, open-minded, open heart, we now turn our attention to the next layer that we can build on this calmer state of mind, which is our intention, the reason why that we're doing this. And again, we bring this to mind so that we can get the most, so we can offer the most in the time that we have. So we can bring to mind, probably quite easily, the incredible difficulties that are being experienced by individuals, families, communities, countries all over the world right now due to the experience of COVID as a sickness, in some cases terminal. So the suffering that comes along with facing one's death and experiencing the deaths of those that we love. Also the significant impact of restrictions that are in place in many areas of the world to try to alleviate and reduce the severity of the situation, and yet the suffering from lacking resources, from diminished livelihood, and from the anxiety and fear of not knowing when a more normal experience will return. And there's also the suffering that we maybe experienced ourselves, or we've seen, we've heard of through other people that we care about, or seen on the news, of distancing from those that we love, isolation, and the very often painful emotional states that ensue, that follow from these experiences. All over the world, people are experiencing. And also perhaps we can bring to mind the agitated states of mind, frustration, fear, paranoia, concern that is in the minds of many people, relating to how they perhaps disagree with aspects of the restrictions or the information that's being provided, and the conflict that arises between groups that disagree and at times hold on more and more tightly to their own views, and the incredible pain, emotional pain, that results from this sense of division between individuals, between groups. So when we bring to mind all this suffering that's taking place in the world, relating in this kind of rippling effect from the virus, the different mutations of the virus, the rippling, the ripple effect of all these different situations, it's very easy for us to open our hearts. And how wonderful it would be if we could do something to help. So the first level of motivation, we can think that we want to help in any way through our prayers, through these incredibly powerful, blessed words of prayers that have been created with very powerful, altruistic intention by realized beings. So the words of these prayers have a very positive and impactful energy. So by reciting these prayers and setting our mind aligning with the intention of the prayers, we can offer this to the world. When we are reflecting on the suffering that's being experienced in the world due to the virus, the pandemic, and all the ripple effects, we can see how much of the suffering is not only physical and material, but really the suffering is mental, emotional. In some cases, it's the emotional experience of loss or the fear of unknown or the agitation of conflict, disagreement, and the concept of separate and different. And in a recent discussion, dialogue between the mind and life scientists and His Holiness the Dalai Lama, there were questions from leading psychologists in the US relating to their work, their study of some of these distressing emotional states of despair, fear, anger. And in discussion with His Holiness encouraged again and again that the steps to be able to bring, to reduce one's own suffering in the world right now with these difficult situations, is to first of all try to relax the mind. But when the mind is agitated and stirred up through emotion, that we reduce the ability that we can use our rational, reasoning mind to problem solve. And His Holiness encouraged that one way that's very effective to bring about a more relaxed state of mind is to develop a warm-hearted attitude. And so by thinking of how others are experiencing so much difficulty is one ingredient for bringing about warm-heartedness. But there's so much need, so much suffering. And the other important ingredient is recognizing that whether this person or people that we're thinking of, whether they're friends or family, loved ones, or whether they're people that are just faces, we don't know them, or even people that we have a difficult time with, that when we discriminate in this way between friend, enemy, stranger, my family, my country, my community, these are, for the most part, differences, but compared to what unites us all as human beings on this planet, and these are like surface waves, visible and often what the eye is drawn to. But that under these surface waves is the great depths of the ocean. And so what unites us, what is a common connection between human brothers, human sisters, is far deeper. And when we think of the sense of connection, together with the sense of suffering, difficulty, that these two together, these ingredients, with reflection, again and again, we can bring about a warm-hearted approach, attitude that cares because of the sense of oneness and sees the difficulty and wants to do something about it. And when we think about the deeper wisdom, His Holiness reminded us that the more that we investigate, the more that we see any sense of an independent self and other, it doesn't stand up to analysis, but rather we live in a completely interdependent experience. So both from a warm-hearted, compassionate approach that sees the commonality in our human family, but also from a more scientific or philosophical approach, we see that what we identify as I, other, it actually doesn't stand up to analysis. So we see from both sides of this coin how deeply interconnected we are. And by tuning in or aligning our minds with this reality, with this warm-hearted attitude, based on the foundation of a focused, calm, relaxed mind, then any action that we do is more and more effective. And when we consider these two wings, as it were, of love and compassion on one side, and this wisdom of interdependence, of an absence of any kind of independent self and other on the other side, when we consider these as two wings, and we consider what would be the most hopeful living beings, then we can bring to mind an altruistic motivation that the deeper our understanding of the nature of reality, the more that we cut through the suffering from concepts, mistaken views, and negative emotional states. And because of our interconnection with others, we see that this offering, being able to, from a space of understanding, to be able to explain to others this nature of reality, would also help to relieve disturbing emotional states in others and to cut through the root of suffering and misunderstanding of interdependence. And the most effective way to be able to offer this help would be if we ourselves became fully enlightened. And from that remarkable space of deep realization, to be able to help all living beings to be free from every single suffering, no matter how long it takes. So just placing our mind in this altruistic wish to bring benefit to others as a very effective way to engage in any activity, and especially the prayers and practices that we're going to do this evening. And so with this state of mind, we then invite into the space in front of us all the enlightened energy, the wisdom and compassion of the enlightened beings as a beautiful, clear, bright, warm, pleasant light that fills the space in front of us. Very comforting. And we can shape this enlightened compassion, wisdom, compassion energy of the enlightened beings into the holy body, light body of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, youthful, smiling, happy that we're doing this practice, radiating wisdom and compassion energy. And we can also invite into the meditation on our left side, our mother of this life, sitting comfortably in a seat next to us. And on our right side, our father of this life. And around us, all of our loved ones, our friends, our family, those we're close to, we have a close connection in this life. And then in the seat in front of us, we prepare a very special, comfortable seat for a special guest. And this, we're going to invite someone right now that we perhaps have some conflict with, some difficulty. And we're going to invite them into the seat right in front of us, as a way to expand our love and our compassion, to choose to connect with what connects us, what's a common bond between us and this person. To recognize how they, just like us, they want to be happy and they don't want to suffer. And yet they are suffering. And then surrounding us, we can imagine all living beings as far as we can imagine, joining us in this meditation, prayer, visualization, mantra recitation. And that we can imagine that we're leading the prayers, creating a dependent horizon to be able to lead all living beings in the path to enlightenment. And so with this motivation and visualization, we're going to recite the foundation of all good qualities as a very blessed prayer that holds various aspects of the path to enlightenment. So we can visualize all sentient beings around us reciting it with us, and we're leading them in this prayer. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect Guru. Correctly following the Guru is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon the Guru with great respect. And we can visualize that light and nectar comes from Chenrezig, Guru Chenrezig in the space in front, who is in aspect the Buddha of compassion and in the nature of our teacher. And if we haven't met with a teacher yet, we can think perhaps this is His Holiness Dalai Lama or Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And light comes from Guru Chenrezig and inspiring us to understand this verse. How the Guru is so kind in revealing the path to us, methods to purify the mind. When I have discovered that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, it is extremely difficult to find again, and is greatly meaningful. Please bless me to unceasingly generate the mind, taking its essence day and night. Again, light rays and nectar comes from Guru Chenrezig, inspiring us to gain a deep understanding, inspiration in the meaning of this verse, how precious this human life is, and how we can use it to bring about unbelievable transformation in one's own mind, and reduce our suffering and increase our ability to help others. This body and life are changing like a water bubble. Remember how quickly they perish and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. So light rays, blessing our minds with inspiration to keep in mind throughout the day the impermanent nature of our lives. This amazing opportunity we have. This precious human life could end at any time. So we can take the essence of this life. When I've found definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be conscientious in abandoning even the slightest collection of shortcomings, and then accomplishing all virtuous deeds. And again, light rays come from Guru Chenrezig, blessing our minds, inspiring our minds in the meaning of this verse. When I recognize the shortcomings of samsaric perfections, there is no satisfaction in enjoying them. They are the door to all suffering, and they cannot be trusted. Please bless me to generate a strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Through my being led by this pure thought, with great remembrance, alertness, and conscientiousness, please bless me to make keeping the individual liberation vows, the root of the teachings, my essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother and light transmigratory beings. By my seeing this, please bless me to train in supreme bodhicitta, which bears the responsibility of freeing transmigratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta, without familiarizing myself with the 3 types of morality, I cannot achieve enlightenment. By my seeing this well, please bless me to keep the vow of the sons of the victorious ones with fervent effort. By my having pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to quickly generate within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. When I've become a suitable vessel by training in the common path, please bless me to immediately enter the holy gateway of the fortunate beings, the supreme of all vehicles, the Vajrayana. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the 2 attainments is keeping my vows and samayas purely. When I've gained effortless conviction in this, please bless me to protect them even at the cost of my life. Then, when I have realized exactly the vital points of the 2 stages, the essence of the tantric sets, and I'm enjoying the yoga of 4 sessions with effort without being distracted by non-meditation objects, please bless me to accomplish these according to the teachings of the holy beings. Thus may the virtuous friends who reveal the noble path and the spiritual practitioners who correctly accomplish it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely the collections of outer and inner obstacles. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajrayana. So, with this prayer clarifying and enhancing our motivation for this practice, we can recite the refuge verses, the verse from the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. And we'll do this 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just we'll take a little while to reflect on this, on the meaning of this verse. As we take refuge, we can consider taking refuge in an outer way, in the unbelievable, deep, vast qualities of the enlightened beings, and our teachers, the enlightened beings, the Dharma, the scriptural explanations of the path, and the realizations of these instructions, and the Sangha, the relative and absolute, so the spiritual community that supports us on the path. So that we've come into contact with these three rare and sublime objects of refuge is really remarkable. And based on our motivation, we can take a moment to generate and strengthen, deepen this mind of refuge in these reliable objects. And then we can also take refuge in an inner way. So in one's own potential to become a Buddha, one's own potential for enlightenment. You could say the essence, the potential for enlightenment that exists within one's own mind right now. The purification of what obscures this potential is the path. And that's also when we think of the inner refuge of Dharma, of the realizations, particularly the realization of cessation, the true cessation. So complete purification of everything that obscures this potential for enlightenment. Such that we can develop all the qualities of the mind, purify all the confusion and obscurations, clouding and covering up this potential for enlightenment. And that we can also take refuge in an inner way to the Sangha, our own potential to be a reliable source of spiritual support for all living beings through training our minds. And so when we think of the last line of this verse, that we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And we can see how this verse also speaks to the inner refuge, the Dharmakaya, the empty clarity of one's own mind. And by following the instructions of the enlightened beings, with great effort and diligence, we can clean our minds, open our hearts, and realize, discover this incredible jewel that is within the mind, this empty clarity. So with this outer and inner refuge strengthened and deepened, then we can recite some mantra of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion. So clarifying once again our visualization of Guru Chenrezig in the space in front. A white, youthful body made of light. Very beautiful to look at. Smiling with very deep kindness radiating towards ourselves and all beings that are surrounded us. And in particular, we can bring to mind individuals, groups, communities that are particularly suffering right now in the world due to the COVID experience. And we can, as we recite the mantra, we visualize light and nectar comes radiating out, wisdom and compassion energy of Guru Chenrezig, and enters into ourselves and all living beings around us, and particularly those we may be focusing on to pray for. And it is like a cooling nectar balm that soothes any difficulty, suffering, disease, sickness, fear, worry, agitation. Completely soothes, calms, purifies these states of mind and body, and fills all living beings with a sense of warm-heartedness, confidence, clarity, patience, great love opens up in the hearts of all living beings as we recite the mantra, and as these rays and nectar enter into all living beings. Amen. Amen. So now we can just take a moment to think how wonderful it would be for this wisdom and compassion energy of all the enlightened beings to reside in the hearts of ourselves and all living beings in every moment of every day, to carry this energy in our interactions, infusing our actions of body, speech, and mind with this wisdom of interdependence and the compassion, love, warm-hearted attitude that sees each and every living being as the most precious, most beautiful opportunity to love, to be kind. And with this wish, we invite Guru Chenrezig to come and sit and reside in our hearts. And Guru Chenrezig is very happy to do this. And comes to sit on the heads, on the crowns of all living beings around us, and dissolves into white wisdom, compassion, energy. And this light energy comes down and dissolves into us, and we can feel this sense of oneness with this clear, kind, confident wisdom and compassion energy of all the enlightened beings. And we can look out amongst our friends and family, our loved ones, the person we have conflict with, and all living beings all over the world, and all living beings in all the realms. And we see this white, radiating light of compassion and wisdom, radiating in the hearts of all living beings. And how wonderful that we've been able to offer this to all living beings, and to help deepen this experience, we can read the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll recite it 2 more times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, and by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the bikinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then these verses that His Holiness often encourages us to recite as dedication. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing and the hungry find food, and may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and may those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. So then we can rejoice in the opportunity that we've had to calm the mind, deepen and expand our motivation to reflect and connect with the difficulties and suffering that's being experienced in the world, and to recite some prayers and mantras and dedications to try to offer to bring some benefit to the world and to all living beings. And so considering all this positive action, all this merit, positive energy, and then we can consider all the positive actions that we've ever done at any time in the past, and all those that we've yet to do. And we can combine all this positive energy with the merit, positive actions of the 3 times of all the enlightened beings and all the bodhisattvas, and dedicate that. May the precious supreme jewel of bodhicitta that is not yet born arise. And may that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the lives of our most kind teachers, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all of our kind, precious, qualified teachers, may their lives be long and stable and perfect health. May they remain and teach us until samsara ends. And may all their projects and wishes for benefiting the world manifest without delay. All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, Venerable Katie. Nice to see you. Oh, you're on mute still.
Good evening, Venerable Tenzin La. How are you? Are you up
Yeah,
in
very
Washington?
well. That's right. Yeah,
I
Washington.
get to see your face for the first time other than writing to you by email.
It's nice to see you. You're in
Nice to see you.
California.
I'm in Marin, yeah. I'm north of San Francisco
Yeah.
these days. Yeah.
Yeah, very
Okay.
nice. Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you. Okay. Thank you very much for leading.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
See you. Take care. Sleep well. You have a
Thank you.
hard day's work. Okay. Sharon, I'm wondering if you have the photo of before. Sharon, are you there? Hello? There you are.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you have the
Hi.
have the image of Thangtong Gyalpo? Sometimes it's up.
No, because we're doing it individually from home now rather than from the
Oh,
centre.
okay. All
So
right,
I
no
need that.
worries.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, no worries. No problem. Thank you, Sharon. Okay, I'll start
bye.
now. All right, bye-bye. Okay, everybody, welcome. And good evening to everyone in the United States and probably morning in Australia and I'm not sure where in Europe. Probably morning also. So let's just settle into a nice comfortable position, relaxing the body and the mind, and try and bring your awareness to your breath. And just check your posture. So you have sitting in a cross-legged position, perhaps hands in the meditation mudra. Shoulders over the hips, ears aligned with the shoulders. And let's just imagine our spine is a string of pearls of light, stretching from the base of the spine all the way up through the crown of the head. Head is slightly tipped forward, eyes are down. Relax the jaw, tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth. And just bring the mind to the breath before we start. If there's any sounds in your external environment, just allow them to be there. Any thoughts that are rising, abiding and falling. Try not to engage. Just allow them to be there, flowing. As one thought flows into the next, a river of mental moments. So imagine, first of all, that all of space is filled with beings. They're sitting around you, extending beyond the horizon. Insects, birds, humans, animals. Try and think of as many as you can comfortably. And now bring your parents to mind and your other family members. And they're beside you. Behind you, your friends as a support. And the people that you don't get along with so much in front of you, eyeball to eyeball. And then all the others all around. And think about the suffering of these people. First of all, maybe bring to mind the suffering of your own parents, your own family members, and the other people you're close to. And try and open your heart to the physical and mental problems they're experiencing. And think that just like you, they want to be free from all suffering and feel how wonderful it would be if they were free. And think of the people that you don't like who have hurt you, and imagine their suffering and physical pain and discomfort, feelings of loneliness, insecurity, dissatisfaction. Perhaps if they've been mean to you, they've been mean the same way to others, or perhaps there's an unhappy mind there. So maybe have compassion for them. And just like you, they want to be free from suffering. And try and open the heart to these people for whom you normally feel irritation or anger. And then try and expand your awareness to all sentient beings, animals, insects. And feel strongly the aspiration to do this practice for yourself, for all the people of your life. All sentient beings, my mothers who are in infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now visualize above the crown of your head, facing the same way as you, Chenrezig. He's the manifestation of pure, unobstructed compassion, love, and wisdom. And his body is made of white light. And perhaps if you have a teacher, you can imagine this is the mind of your Lama, your teacher, your Guru, however you name them, manifesting in this form for your benefit. So really try and feel the living presence of this compassionate mind. Chenrezig's face is peaceful and smiling, and he radiates love to you and all the beings of your life, next to you, behind you, in front of you, and all around you. He has no judgment, no preferences, accepts you just as you are. He has 4 arms. The first 2 hands are together at the heart, holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. The second 2 are raised to the level of his shoulders, the right holding a crystal rosary and the left a white lotus. He's sitting on a white moon disk, on a white lotus, and his legs are crossed in the full lotus posture. He has the 5-pointed crown encrusted with jewels, and he's wearing exquisite silks in the Royal Indian style, and precious jewels around his neck, his wrists, ankles, waist, and encrusted in the silks. And this whole scene above the crown of your head is light. It's a light body, sparkling, radiant. Just hold your awareness for a moment until the image becomes stable. And try and open your mind to Chenrezig's loving, serene, compassionate, kind energy. Make a prayer for your heart to overcome your misconceptions and negative energy, and to develop pure love and compassion for all beings. So really try and get a sense you're connecting with your own highest potential. In response to your request, Chenrezig lovingly, very happily sends streams of white light, filling you completely. It purifies all your negativities and problems, all your past harmful actions, and all your potential to give harm, and completely fills you with limitless love and compassion and bliss. And your body feels light and blissful, the mind peaceful and clear as we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Excuse me. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers. The 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever diseases there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the jewels, the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now, imagine, again, remember, we have Chenrezig above the crown of our head, and imagine Chenrezig now dissolving into light, white light. This flows down through the crown of your head and reaches your heart, and your mind merges with Chenrezig's mind and the mind of your teacher, your Lama, your Guru, and you experience complete tranquility and bliss. And whenever your usual sense of I starts to arise, that is bored or restless, hungry, whatever, think that this is not your real self. And try and bring your attention back again and again to the experience of oneness with the qualities of Chenrezig's mind, of love, compassion, wisdom. So let's dedicate all the positive energy we've created this evening, this morning, this afternoon, wherever you are, to the happiness of all living beings, to the health of all living beings, and the safety and security of all living beings, and the long life of all our Gurus. The land is circled by snow mountains, yield the source of all happiness and good. O powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. You uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honouring the 3 jewels, savour of myself and others your disciples. Please live long. Thank you very much, everybody. Good night. Thank you, Sharon. And lots of love. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Hello.
Hello, Venerable. Good night. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
See you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome. Buongiorno a tutti. Ok, cominciamo subito questa nuova sessione. Blocchetti. E quindi cerchiamo di rilassare il nostro corpo inizialmente, invitando la consapevolezza a entrare dentro lo stesso corpo, e quindi spendiamo qualche minuto in questo pre-rilassamento, atto a creare la condizione giusta per avere una mente che rimane stabile e sul suo oggetto. Una volta rilassato il corpo, invitiamo la mente ad essere qui, ora e adesso, e non vagare nello spazio, nel tempo, ma essere esattamente dove il corpo è. E quindi di ritenere la nostra mente all'interno. E questo lo facciamo focalizzandoci per qualche minuto sul respiro che entra e che esce. Con una mente stabile, allerta e un corpo fermo e rilassato, indaghiamo rispetto alla nostra motivazione per essere qua durante questa sessione o le prossime sessioni che ognuno di noi seguirà. La ragione principale per cui noi siamo qua è per rispondere all'appello che Lama Zopa Rinpoche ha dato ormai da tantissime settimane, di contribuire per contrastare questa pandemia che tanto sta affliggendo l'umanità, e non solo l'umanità, del mondo intero. Quindi il nostro compito, la nostra ragione di essere vivi come esseri umani e dotati di una preziosa rinascita umana è quello sostanzialmente di cambiare la nostra mente da una mente che è protesa verso la propria e unica soddisfazione, sostituendola con una mente che si preoccupa soprattutto degli altri, perché sono più tanti, perché sono essenziali, perché sono preziosi. E quindi questo è un contributo che dobbiamo dare. E ovviamente la nostra motivazione deve essere ancora più ampia, non solo per un contributo, diciamo, temporaneo, ma estenderlo a un contributo radicale e finale, poter portare fuori dall'esistenza ciclica tutti gli esseri. E per poterlo fare bisogna diventare Buddha. E questa nostra rinascita umana è il giusto trampolino di lancio per poter intraprendere questo viaggio. Trampolino di lancio che abbiamo ottenuto dopo una lunga serie di esistenze connotate dalla impossibilità di praticare. E questo invece è possibile, quindi dobbiamo coglierne l'essenza in tutte le modalità, in tutte le occasioni. Quindi concentriamoci un attimo sulla far sorgere la corretta motivazione e tenerla come base al nostro cuore per procedere lungo il percorso di questa meditazione. Di fronte a noi il Buddha della compassione, Buddha Chenrezig, fatto di luce, vivo, reale, che non riusciamo a percepire solo per i nostri impedimenti, non a causa sua. E quindi verso il Buddha della compassione prendiamo rifugio per poter percorrere il sentiero che ci porta all'illuminazione per liberare tutti gli esseri. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, prendo rifugio nel Dharma, prendo rifugio nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità delle altre perfezioni posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità delle altre perfezioni posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per poter beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti mia madre. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, prendo rifugio nel Dharma, prendo rifugio nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per poter beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti. E ora ci impegniamo nella pratica vera e propria nella recitazione del mantra di Buddha Chenrezig. Durante la recitazione del mantra serve per avvicinarsi sempre di più alla divinità. E quindi immaginiamo, mentre recitiamo il mantra, che dal suo cuore infiniti raggi di luce si emanano, che pervadono l'intero spazio e purificando nella sua azione tutti gli esseri senzienti, noi compresi. E quindi immaginiamo proprio che raggi di luce entrano dentro di noi, pervadono completamente il nostro corpo e purificano il nostro corpo, la nostra parola e la nostra mente. Il nostro impegno per una decina di minuti è quello di mantenere questa visualizzazione mentre siamo concentrati nella recitazione, e ogni volta che questa recitazione continua ma la nostra mente è distratta da altro, appena ce ne accorgiamo, torniamo al soggetto senza nessun atteggiamento di biasimo nei nostri confronti, ma semplicemente riconoscendo la distrazione e grati di aver riconosciuto la distrazione, torniamo appunto alla recitazione. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Ora che abbiamo fatto questa meditazione, che abbiamo recitato, allora facciamo la preghiera che libera dalle malattie, la preghiera del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, e quindi la vediamo assieme, la preghiera effettiva, e la recitiamo mentalmente o anche verbalmente, però ovviamente con tutta la nostra attenzione e tutto il nostro cuore. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei dakini e dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. E ora assorbiamo dentro di noi Buddha Chenrezig, che è di fronte a noi. Immaginiamo che si sposta sulla sommità del nostro capo, si rimpicciolisce assumendo la grandezza di un pollice e lentamente si assorbe dentro di noi attraverso il nostro canale centrale, entrando dall'apertura alla sommità del nostro capo, fino a raggiungere il nostro cuore, e la mente di Buddha Chenrezig si mescola con la mente, con la nostra mente, diventando di un unico sapore. E ora facciamo le dediche, ovviamente. Le energie positive che abbiamo generato assieme nell'ascolto, nella riflessione, nella recitazione, va dedicata per non essere dispersa e va dedicata nel modo corretto. Quindi mantenendo la nostra motivazione, ricordandoci dell'impermanenza e ricordando la gentilezza di tutti gli esseri, dedichiamo. E quindi dedichiamo soprattutto per la nostra, iniziamo proprio con la nostra motivazione, per cui per realizzare bodhicitta, la mente di illuminazione che vuole raggiungere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Per la realizzazione della vacuità, che è il vero antidoto all'esistenza ciclica, perché elimina l'ignoranza, con l'ignoranza che si afferra alla vera esistenza del sé e dei fenomeni. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Poi dedichiamo per i malati, e quindi ovviamente per i malati di questa pandemia soprattutto, ma anche per ogni tipo di malattia. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Per incontrare il perfetto guru in tutte le vite, che è essenziale per poter continuare il nostro percorso, che è lungo, prima di arrivare alla soluzione finale, allo stato di Buddha. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dai guru perfetti, posso io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, posso ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. E quindi dedichiamo per considerare gli esseri senzienti molto preziosi, quindi avere sempre questa consapevolezza di quanto siano preziosi gli esseri. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita? Posso io considerare ancora di più che di me stesso? Posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me? Possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro? E quindi adesso dedichiamo in modo tale che i meriti vengano sigillati con la vacuità e quindi non si perdano mai più. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, posso io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere uno stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. E dedichiamo per la lunga vita dei nostri maestri, ovviamente iniziando da Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, che è vera manifestazione nirmanakaya del Buddha. Gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. E dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche e di tutti i maestri da cui riceviamo insegnamenti lungo il sentiero. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina dei vittoriosi di Manjuna, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, i tuoi discepoli. Per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. E quindi aggiungiamo anche le nostre dediche specifiche, no? Magari che abbiamo nel nostro cuore, ed è il momento di metterle assieme a tutte le altre dediche, così prendono ancora più forza. Ok, abbiamo finito qua. Ci vedremo il giorno di Natale. Non so se ci vedremo alle 7 del mattino, forse un po' più tardi. E passo ovviamente il testimone di questa meditazione a John, che sono contento di vedere ogni volta.
Buongiorno.
Ciao John. Non so da te, ma qui fa un freddo incredibile.
Ah sì?
Sì, sono 0 gradi fuori.
Anche qui credo stanotte è stato tipo 1-2 gradi.
Ok. Senti, il vostro Puma c'è ancora che gira? Cos'è che c'era? No, avevate non un Puma, avevate una pantera, qualcosa del genere che girava.
Oh, sì, un leopardo.
Leopardo, una
È
leoparda.
stato rivisto, sì, con 2 figli. È stato rivisto un paio di mesi fa, ma poi non più, per fortuna. Preferisco vivere senza quella accanto a casa.
Sì, perché ti vede come un bignè, come qualcosa di interessante da mangiare.
Non si sa mai, particolarmente di notte, cioè, fa un po' paura.
Una bella bistecca fresca. Ok, John, dai, ci vediamo. Se non ci sentiamo, sì, ma penso che ci sentiamo. Ci facciamo gli auguri. Ok.
Va bene.
Ciao,
Ok. Ciao, ciao.
ciao a tutti, ci vediamo il giorno di Natale. Chi può. Arrivederci. Ciao, ciao.
Okay, so let's begin this next session. My name is Joan. I'm based in Kopan Monastery in Nepal. So, as we can see, this pandemic is going on and on and on. Right now, it looks like there's no end in sight, though. I suppose we see some hope that this Omicron is not as deadly as the previous versions, but still it seems to be spreading very fast around the world. And again, resulting in lockdowns and restrictions and people's lives being turned upside down. Maybe your own life being turned upside down. So let's begin by thinking about this situation and using it to develop our compassion. So rather than using it to feel down and sad and maybe wallow in self-pity, we use it to become strong and courageous and compassionate, wishing to do our best, even if it's just with these prayers, to be able to benefit all the sentient beings in this world who are experiencing suffering due to this pandemic. So let's begin first by looking at how this pandemic has challenged ourselves, what kind of suffering and difficulties is brought into our life, whether physical or mental, emotional. So we can look back on these almost 2 years now. And we do it again, not to fall into a state of self-pity, but to generate, in this case, compassion for ourselves, wishing ourselves to be free from this suffering, wishing that we may be able to at least use this situation in a positive way, to change our minds, develop more compassion, develop more love, more kindness, more patience, more generosity with our time, perhaps our money. So we just spend a moment looking back on our life this past 2 years and thinking about the challenges that help this kind of strong, compassionate mind for ourselves, rather than a mind of self-cherishing, a mind of self-pity. And then we can expand our thoughts to include others. So starting with the people that we know, the people we're close to, whether our family or friends. And again, we can think about how this pandemic has affected them, what kind of difficulties it's brought to their life. Some may have even had the misfortune to lose their lives. Others may have been sick with the illness, but of course we know that on top of actually experiencing the illness, there's many other difficulties associated with this pandemic. So we can think about the different kind of sufferings that family and friend have experienced, whether it's the restrictions of the lockdown, changing their lifestyle, limiting their freedom to do the things they enjoy. Certainly cut down on traveling, tourism, going places. It's also cut down on meeting friends and family and just being together with people we like. So just think quickly through the various people in your life, look at them and think about their respective suffering, and use that again to develop this kind of strong mind of compassion, wishing them to be free from all these difficulties as well as all other difficulties they may be experiencing that are not directly related to the pandemic. And then we can expand our thoughts even further to include all the people in our neighborhood, in our communities, in our village, town, or city. And then expand that further to include all those in our country. And then all those around the world, all the different human beings who have experienced difficulties because of COVID-19. We can think of all the now millions of people who've lost their lives, millions more who've been sick with this illness, and many now currently sick with the illness. You can think of the images that you've seen on the news and think that those same scenes are playing out all around the world, even right now, as we do this prayer. People are going into hospital. People are being intubated in hospital and put on respirators. People are losing their lives because of COVID. There's family members who are grieving, worried. And again, we do this not to bring ourselves down, but to generate a strong, very strong mind of compassion, wishing them all to be free from this illness, wishing them to be free from all the challenges brought by this illness, wishing this whole world to be free from this pandemic, and that it'd be free quickly, right now, even today. So we can begin this practice by reading together the motivation, which is actually a prayer of refuge. So if you're a Buddhist, you take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. And then if you have a guru in your guru or gurus, and all the various manifestations of the enlightened mind that are mentioned here in this prayer. And if you're not Buddhist, you can turn your mind to whoever is your object of refuge, another holy being of whatever tradition. We take this refuge seeking guidance from these holy beings, from their teachings, from their community of practitioners, that we may be able to transform our minds into compassion and into bodhicitta, the wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all. So we recite together this prayer 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So think strongly that you not only request this help, but that you receive it. And then we can visualize the Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig, or Avalokiteshvara. If you've received the empowerment of this Buddha, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig. Otherwise, visualize Chenrezig in front of yourself or above the crown of your head. And you can also visualize in front of you, seated facing you, not too far away from you, as all those people that you thought of in your family, all the people, your friends that you know who are experiencing suffering due to this illness, and then behind and around them, all the other people of this world who are experiencing difficulties because of this pandemic. And of course, you can include also others who are sick from other illnesses or who've died recently, especially in the last 49 days. Visualize them in front of you. And then we think that from Chenrezig's heart and every pore of his body, rays of light and nectar go out. And on the tip of each ray of light is another Chenrezig, and a Chenrezig comes to the top of the head of all these people visualized in front of you. And as we recite the mantra, we imagine that rays of light and nectar pour down from Chenrezig's holy body and fill the person below them, washing away not only their suffering of COVID-19, but every form of suffering that they have, mental and physical. And not only that, but also cleansing away all the negative karma and the delusions that are what bring about the result of suffering. And in this way, we imagine they become free from not only their present suffering, but also all their future suffering. So recite this mantra together for a few minutes. Or you can either recite it yourself silently or chant it, whatever way moves your mind, and trying all the time to keep your mind in this state of strong compassion, wishing all these beings to be really, truly free from their suffering now and forever. And as Lama Zopa Rinpoche reminds us, we include not only those sentient beings that we like, those people that we like, but also all the ones we don't know, as well as also the ones that give us trouble, or at least that's how we label it. We think that they're causing us trouble and problems, so we don't like them. Actually, they're just also suffering sentient beings who want to be happy and want to be free from suffering. So we include them also in our visualization, imagining Chenrezig above their head and also their suffering and causes of suffering being washed away by the light and nectar flowing from Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami. Amani Pami Hung, 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 Amani Pami Hung. Amani Pami Hung, Amani Pami Hung, Amani Pami Hung, Amani Pami. So we can think for a moment that all these beings that we visualize in front of us have completely been filled with this white light and nectar. All their suffering and all the causes of their suffering completely washed away. And they're experiencing great happiness, great good health, peace of mind. And then we can visualize that the Chenrezig above the crown of each of their heads melts into light and dissolves into them. And each one of them transforms into Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So in this way, we think that they've been completely freed from being under the control of karma and delusions. Not only that, they've also developed all their qualities to their highest perfection. And they have infinite love and compassion, kindness, generosity, wisdom. I think for a moment how wonderful that would be if that would actually happen. So this is actually much more than wishing others to be free from one suffering caused by one virus. We're wishing all of them to be free from all suffering forever and achieve their own perfect state of the Buddha of compassion. And then we come back to reality, our current world, and all the many other worlds and realms where there's still a lot of suffering. And then we recite together the actual prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo to put an end to an epidemic in Tibet some centuries ago. And again, we recite this coming from a place of very strong compassion, wishing that not only COVID-19 may cease to exist, but all the illnesses that cause harm and suffering, both mental and physical, to sentient beings, not only in this world, but in all worlds, may completely come to an end right now. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they live in place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the Kash of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we think very, very strongly, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all these various forms of illnesses and suffering immediately cease to exist. May all sentient beings have good health. Not only good health, but may they have well-being. May they have all the conditions to create only the causes of happiness now and long-term into the future. So then we dedicate all the merits that we've collected by doing this session of prayer and meditation and mantras. And we combine all those, the merit that we've created just now with all the merits we've created in our past, not only the past of this life, but in all our past lives. And we combine that with all the merits that we're accumulating at the moment in this life, and then all the merits that we'll go on to create in the future. And then we combine this merit with all the merits of all the Buddhas and all the sentient beings, past, present, and future. So we're dedicating a huge amount of merit, something inconceivable. Lama Zopa Rinpoche likes to remind us, if it were materialized, it wouldn't fit in the space. And then we use this merit to dedicate that ourselves and all beings may generate these two special minds of bodhicitta and the wisdom realizing emptiness, which are what bring about the fully enlightened state. So we think of specific people, our family, our friends, those suffering from COVID, those suffering from the various side effects of COVID. But then we go on to include all sentient beings, not just human beings, but all forms of life and all forms of existence. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And then we do this dedication for the sick from Bodhisattva Charivatara by the great Bodhisattva Shantideva. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigrating beings, never occur again. And then we dedicate for all those who died from COVID-19, particularly all those who died in the last 49 days. And then, of course, we can include others who died from other forms of illness or injury. We dedicate, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche does, that they may never ever be reborn in the lower realms. Instead, may they be reborn in a pure line where they can achieve enlightenment. If they don't have the karma for that to happen, may they at least receive a perfect human rebirth, have all the conditions to meet perfect Mahayana Guru, revealing the Mahayana path to enlightenment, and that they may have no obstacles to being able to follow this path, and in particular to pleasing the mind of the Holy Guru. And in this way, may they quickly achieve enlightenment. So we think very strongly, may this happen for all those who died, especially all those who died in the last 49 days, but we can include others. Then we can do this dedication to become wish fulfilling for others. May it become like a wish granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigrated beings. Then we seal the merits with emptiness so that they don't get destroyed by our giving rise to anger or wrong views. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. Lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we dedicate for the long life of our precious holy gurus. And while we do these 2 verses for His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche in particular, we can include all our gurus. May they all have long lives. May they all be free of obstacles to their good health. May they be able to teach the Dharma for countless numbers of years again. And may all of their activities for the benefit of sentient beings flourish without the slightest obstacle. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, incomparably kind, Supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, may have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you to anybody who joined me for this session. There were a few people on Zoom this time. Thank you for staying with me. And thank you to the media team at Chenrezig, who's incredibly kind in supporting this initiative. And hello to Venerable Damsha. Nice to meet you again. Long time since we've met here.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Lovely to see you. Just we haven't had a chance much in recent weeks, I don't think. I don't think we have met much in recent weeks, have we?
Well,
No.
I was away in Canada for 2.5 months, so I was off. And since I came back a month ago, I haven't met you. No, so it's been quite a while.
So everything okay? So you're glad to be back and straight back into Rinpoche's busy schedule.
Well, he's not been teaching that much. I mean, he's been teaching the monks and nuns, but he hasn't been doing teachings for us. So I haven't had any transcribing for a while. But he's given me other things to do. He's keeping me busy.
I'm sure he does. No, good to have you back. And thanks very much for leading these wonderful sessions. And it's been I was checking because I thought it was 75 weeks Christmas, but New Year's Day, 1st of January, that's our 75th weekend.
Wow.
So it's been, if you think about it, when we started, we had no idea, and now we're like, 75 weekends. Oh, well, that's gone quick. But it's sort of bizarre. First, if you would have said to us, if you do this for 75 weeks, we probably would have gone like, pardon?
No way.
And it's still going strong. I mean, this is, it's in a way that's really sort of nice. And I know that, in between people have to dip in and out because of other obligations, but we always have to, managed I find that quite amazing, you know, and also the wonderful support. And yeah, thank you very much. And I know that, you know, when Rinpoche is busy, you know, a lot of you are very tied up, you know, with the transcribing and everything. So, and still, you know, people find time to join in, which is great. So thanks so much to everything you do.
Organizing us. I don't know what we'd do without you reminding us.
Well, I don't have to do the transcribing for Rinpoche, so I have a little bit more time.
I'm sure you're busy yourself.
Oh, well, you know, it could be busier, but there you go. Shouldn't complain. Otherwise, Rinpoche goes like, what did he say? He hasn't got enough busy. Venerable John, have a lovely, lovely day. Look after yourself and see you hopefully next week.
Yep, okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. That was our dear Sister Joan, bless. Very, very busy. If you ever watch the transcribed live when Rinpoche is teaching, it's just mental. You know, I mean, it's, you know, jumping back and forth, doing, you know, your typo, you know, fixing a typo along the way. And you go like, I don't even know where you realized you made a typo, but still catching up with all that, what Rinpoche is saying. So, no, it's great. So wonderful people of the Sangha community giving so much of their time. And of course, we have here got Sharon representing Chenrezig Institute today for the media team, taking over from Tim. Good morning, Sharon. How are you?
Morning. Hello, Damsho. How are you?
Not bad, not bad, not bad. I see you got the fan on. You see I got the winter zone.
Oh, and the aircon. It's very hot. It's very, very hot.
Yeah, Venerable Deshin said it was quite humid.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. So it stays like this now until end of February or March. So yeah.
Oh, well.
Our crazy season.
So get the ice buckets out for Christmas.
Yeah, definitely.
I remember I saw this one. A friend posted, is it an inflatable palm tree, a Christmas tree, with a basin down around it, you know, filled with ice and all the drinks and all. You go like, that's a different kind of Christmas, you know what I mean? I thought that was just hilarious.
That's what you need. Good.
Oh, bless. Lovely.
All right. Well, have a nice session. Okay, bye.
Thank you very much. Hello, Irene. Lovely to see you as well. And thanks very much, everyone who's joining us online. Let's have a look. We've got Jeannie's there. Good morning, Jeannie. Hope you're well. We had Anna and Sheila as well. So thank you very much, everyone who's listening and making prayers on what it is. It's well, I guess you could argue it's the need to do this. Who are here to follow Rinpoche's advice. It's also nice to know that we can reach out to each and every one of you who's currently joining us in these sessions and supporting the Sangha along the way. So thank you very much for making it a mutually beneficial event each week. And as I said, we're now on week 73. So Christmas is 74, and then 1st of January is our 75th Prayerathon weekend. Hard to think, hard to believe that we're still, here with COVID, but looks like we're in for a little bit longer. And but also, I think it feels less daunting for many of us because of the community feel that has been generated by so many, and everyone who's made it possible for Prayerathon to be out there on air. So thank you very much for all your kindness. So if we take a moment to just this is a short session, because about half an hour, less than half an hour now before Liana takes over. So we take a moment to just reset the focus. And recite 4 verses from King of Prayer that I do like. For one, to set the motivation what we're doing, we're saying these prayers, and what it says, for the 3 lower realms, we also want to think about all the suffering that exists across all the realms, particularly in our realm now with COVID. COVID is not just affecting humans, it's also affecting the animals, those that are being tested on, etc. Also acknowledging our lovely community that has been coming together, not just the Sangha, but all of us, lay people alike around the world, acknowledge our precious teachers, and of course, everybody, Chitta motivation. May I ease the suffering, the lower realms in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings. Thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations for each be limitless as well. So, and to generate even more bodhicitta, maybe recite the four immeasurables. Especially now as a wish for everyone with Christmas looming, and that puts a lot of additional pressure on individuals and families, not just financial and organizational pressures, but also for those who are on their own, who are sick, who have just lost loved ones recently, or about to lose in the run-up to Christmas or over Christmas. So maybe particularly consider those and everyone who's been affected by COVID. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keep some close and others distant. We visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. Get the relevant initiations. Please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. Those of you from a different faith who join us, please visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all beings. And anyone uncomfortable with visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all beings. To visualize how the Lahu light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light being any one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are. Entering their bodies through the crown of their heads and filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusion of past lifetimes. Feeling the benefit of the purification in ourselves, having that weight lifted, having all the dirt and grime removed from our bodies and minds. You can see that other sentient beings enjoy the same benefits and relief. And we acknowledge that in essence, we all wish to be free from suffering. But we also acknowledge that through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, we have contributed to the suffering of others and ourselves. So if we acknowledge and lay those acknowledgements bare and ask Mother Sentient Beings for forgiveness, We make the promise that from now on we engage in wholesome activities that benefit other mother beings, and we wish to do whatever we can to ensure their happiness and well-being. By doing so, we will also benefit ourselves as we engage in wholesome actions, wholesome karma, unwholesome actions, unwholesome karma. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and this purifying light nectar intensifies, and with it the purifying action. And more of our true nature, Buddha nature, is being revealed. We begin to glow atom by atom in the spaces between those atoms, radiating light back to the Guru and all mother sentient beings. We all become one with the Guru and one another, one source of love and compassion, shining brightly for those who are lost in the darkness. And the more beings join us in a purified state, the brighter we shine and dispel more and more of the darkness that is samsara. Beside the mighty mantra, let's remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind in the defiled form. That's called suffering. And we wish to transform that state into the pure state of the holy body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represented by Om. In order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So as we recite a few rounds of Manis, keep on visualizing how you purify more and more, how you exchange yourself with the Guru and Mother Sentient Beings. And we think about all Mother Sentient Beings across the 6 realms. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Having exchanged ourselves with the Guru, having taken refuge, and having laid bare our faults and made the promise to engage in wholesome actions to benefit other sentient beings, reciting many mantras, may we visualize ourselves as pure and holding on to the pure state for as long as we possibly can. At this duration of this phase, may we now call upon Great Mother Tara to help clear away any obstacles that may arise in our practice, but also to remove all obstacles that may arise for those who are sick to be restored to good health, cures to be found to pandemics and diseases, and also to remove any obstacles for those who have entered the body or those who are entering the body to have swift transition and fortunate rebirth, and to remove any obstacles for those who are experiencing hardships to be given whatever resources are necessary for them to overcome these hardships and be returned to a state of good health and well-being. Maybe also ask Mother Tara to remove any obstacles to that may be counteractive to the long life and well-being of our precious Gurus, in particular the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Om Tare Tu Tare Tore So, 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 Om Tare Tu Tare Tore So. We visualize that all obstacles have been removed. We'll recite now the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. So we can do 3 recitations. We think about the suffering of the body, the speech, and the mind. 1 recitation for each, across the 6th round for all Mother Sentient beings. And although we wish to avoid the 3 lower realms, where it's the hardest to escape the suffering and liberation, let's not forget that even rebirth in the 3 upper realms means they've been encountering samsara in different forms. So ideally we wish for all beings to be enlightened and freed from samsara. So may all the diseases outside the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. For the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, And by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of class, illness, and the Buddhas not again the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and immense not again the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May Salafus names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that uncertain, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time, really, from the bottom of your heart, with the purest of intentions, may all diseases and sufferings be destroyed, and may there only be happiness and long life for other sentient beings. May all disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of class, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May Salafus names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that uncertain, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body mind of happy happiness be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that completes the main part of the prayer. So if we make our dedications now, we dedicate to the well-being of all other sentient beings. May they all live long and healthy lives. May they be free from suffering and its causes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious brothers and sisters of the Sangha community, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive and preserving the traditions and teachings, for engaging in studies, giving teachings themselves, and carrying out translation works, hence making the Dharma accessible to many who seek it. May we never be separated from our brothers and sisters in this and all future lifetimes, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of the precious lay community, who feel the great kindness by offering their expertise, skill, their time, expertise, and financial support, and support in many other ways to ensure that Dharma centers can thrive and charitable projects can be realized for the preservation of the Dharma. May they all live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Sangha and virtuous friends, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our Gurus, and particularly His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. May all our Gurus' only wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we always be guided by their wisdom and compassion in this and all future lifetimes. May we see His Holiness soon be reunited with His people in Tibet. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. And may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the mass of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So we have long night prayers for Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kwe Shinkam Diya Pendang Deva Malu Jungwene Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Yi Shape Site Bado Thank you Chi Tu Shang Xing Yam Gawe Tenzing Kan Pewe Kunzo Do Pute Chok Sung Kwe Legin Tu Padak Chok Jagan Du Shapten Sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your kind support throughout all the sessions of today, the ones who have been and those that are still to come. Thank you for supporting the wonderful Sangha that gives their time for these prayers for freely throughout these 24-hour periods. And also to all the wonderful people in the background who make it possible for us to be on air. All the wonderful tech people like Sharon, who's currently manning the womaning the media team at Chenrezig Institute to make sure that we're out on Zoom and YouTube. Thank you very much for Irene and Daniela for joining us. And I know that we're waiting now for our dear sister Venerable Siliana. So I'm sure she's about to sign in. And so yeah, thank you very much, everyone who have got here. Quick shout out to hello Maria, hello Fernando, Ginny, Sheila, and Anna, who's been with us on YouTube. And there she is. There she is. Da, da, da. Venerable Siliana, good morning to you.
Good morning, good morning.
Oh, bless you.
Hello, how are you?
Not too bad.
Good.
The better for seeing you.
Hmm?
The better for seeing you. Lovely to see you again.
Nice to see you too, dear.
Yes. And has Rubina been down your end? Venerable Rubina? Or is she still coming your way?
No, I think Robina was in Italy and she left. I think she's in France now.
Oh.
I haven't met her. No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Too quick. Just over for a couple of ice creams, eh?
Yes. Thank you very much for all the things that you are doing, you know, very much, very appreciated your work.
Well, thank you very much for joining me in doing the things that we do.
Okay, thank you.
I hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Can I have the share screen?
Can you share the ice cream?
Yes, please.
Yes, sure. Which flavor?
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye. Ciao, ciao. See you next week. Okay. So thanks very much to all the people at the Chenrezig Institute that have been helping us to perform all these marathons since long time now. We are already at the 74th week by now. So it's quite intense work that the people at Chenrezig Institute have been doing. Ok, so buongiorno a tutti quanti, buongiorno alle persone che ci stanno seguendo via Zoom e anche le persone che seguono via YouTube. Allora, questa mattina faremo le preghiere come al solito, la preghiera che libera Sakya dalle malattie e poi dopo avremo la preghiera che e faremo la preghiera che pacifica dalle guerre. Ok, quindi ora possiamo metterci nella posizione corretta di meditazione. Ok. Ci mettiamo nella posizione corretta di meditazione con la spina dorsale dritta. Teniamo gli occhi leggermente socchiusi o chiusi. Cosa importante è avere la spina dorsale dritta. Quindi se siete seduti su una sedia, tenete i piedi ben appoggiati per terra. Puoi tenere le mani o sulle ginocchia oppure con la mano destra sopra la mano sinistra e i pollici leggermente uniti. La testa leggermente inclinata in avanti, con gli occhi chiusi o socchiusi. E gradualmente portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. Cerchiamo di generare una buona motivazione, pensando allo scopo della mia esistenza è quello di essere di beneficio per il maggior numero possibile di esseri senzienti. E dedicare tutte quante le mie azioni affinché di poter ottenere l'illuminazione e così essere in grado di liberare tutti gli esseri senzienti dalla sofferenza e condurli allo stato della completa illuminazione. Questa vita è brevissima, come dice Shantideva, è come un lampo nel cielo. E quindi dobbiamo impiegare tutta la nostra esistenza, questa esistenza, finché abbiamo questa consapevolezza che è insita nella rinascita umana, e utilizzarla al meglio. Quindi prendendo esempio dal Buddha, sentiamo l'energia positiva della compassione, della gentilezza, e quelle che sentiamo sono quelle che sono dentro di noi. Cioè possiamo sviluppare la fiducia che effettivamente potremo ottenere la compassione e amorevoli gentilezze illimitate, la saggezza che comprende l'interdipendenza dei fenomeni e la legge di causa-effetto. Quindi dal profondo del cuore generiamo veramente l'intenzione di non volerci più coinvolgere nelle emozioni distruttive che causano sofferenza a noi e agli altri. E abbiamo la profonda fiducia che potremo ottenere lo stato di Buddha, quindi dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditativi, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditativi, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Quindi visualizziamo di fronte a noi Buddha Sakyamuni, Thangtong Gyalpo, Chenrezig mille braccia, Sua Santità Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, l'essere che più vi ispira amorevole gentilezza e compassione. Immaginiamo che dal cuore del Buddha si emanano infiniti raggi di luce che vanno a toccare il nostro capo, il capo di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, e entrano completamente nel nostro corpo, eliminando tutte quante le oscurazioni, eliminando tutti quanti gli ostacoli e purificando completamente tutte le cause di malattia, tutte le azioni negative e così via. Quindi questa luce, appena entra nel nostro corpo, si illumina, come quando accendiamo la luce in una stanza, che elimina completamente il buio. E mentre recitiamo il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, facciamo questa visualizzazione della luce che entra, che purifica completamente tutte le nostre emozioni disturbanti. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani. Money per me, oh 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 money. Money per me, oh 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 money per me. Money per me, oh 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 money per me. Oh money per me. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva dei Thangtong Gyalpo. Possono ottenere malattie caratteristiche nelle menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai butta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellario che portano l'essere macellato separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono degli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute e croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, signori della morte. Possono degli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere e siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei gatini protettori del Dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza di infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere totalmente soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato. Separare il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, e cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che opprimono il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la comprensione dei guru dei 3 ari supremi, con i poteri dei archini, dei protettori del Dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'inferibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti gradi dalle malattie, dai bhuti degli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separare il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, e 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che opprimono il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e 3 ari supremi, con i poteri dei tacchini, protettori del Dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza di inferiorità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora recitiamo la preghiera che per pacificare il pericolo delle armi, delle guerre, sempre la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo. Umani per me, 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 umani per me. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso, Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime e trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittorioso e aggrivirato, Tara completamente pura e così via. Il solo sentiero i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli. Oggetti di rifugio della natura e della compassione, per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti, nel tempo dei litigi e del prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni, sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa dei conflitti e lotte, causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano. Tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo accadere piogge di nettare e amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono rinfiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, così possono aumentare felicità e buon auspicio. Sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di una Asura. D'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra d'ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie e possano pacificare tutti i litigi e i combattimenti, godere dei 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti. Una realtà ultima che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili, poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, per la compassione del puro divinità, sigillo della mente e rari sublimi, possono queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. Allora facciamo le preghiere di dedica. Strofe di dedica. Ok. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata. Possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, causa e effetto, e origini dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue due benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Quindi per i malati, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Poi recitiamo la preghiera per essere usati gli esseri senzienti come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'aria nelle foreste, possa io essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possa tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Posso io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi, ricordarmi, o ricordandomi, e anche toccandomi o parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificati istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Ora sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me dai innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti all'esistere dalla loro parte, posso io che sono completamente vuoto all'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla mia parte. Ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità e Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Ora per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiorgatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni i preservi di fondi e la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiunat, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere, che onori i tre supremi, salvatori miei e degli altri, quei discepoli, per favore ti prego che vi allungo. Grazie a tutti di aver partecipato a questa sessione di preghiera, di questa maratona di preghiera. Buongiorno a tutti. Buongiorno. Ciao ciao. Dunque, le prossime sessioni di preghiera in italiano. Questa mattina abbiamo tutto quanto, quasi tutto in italiano. Ce n'è una alle 9 adesso con la nostra venerabile Tashi che vedete già sullo schermo, pronta a cominciare la maratona, poi alle 9:30, poi di nuovo alle 10:30 e poi questa sera con la venerabile Agata alle 19 e alle 19:30. Yeah. Ok, allora io vi saluto e vi auguro buona giornata. Buongiorno Tashi.
Buongiorno venerabile Siliana, tutto bene? Grazie, grazie molto della tua collaborazione, delle tue istruzioni, sempre molto e preziose, davvero.
Ok, very good. Ascolta, niente, adesso io vado a fare spese di Natale, per cui ci vedremo la prossima volta, ci vediamo il giorno di Natale. Più o meno penso sempre a quest'ora, ci vedremo a Natale la prossima volta. Niente, se avete bisogno sono a disposizione, potete comunque mandare i messaggi via WhatsApp o anche su Telegram. Ok, buona giornata e buon tutto a tutti. Ciao, ciao Sabrina.
Ciao, grazie Siliana. Ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Bye bye. Vi saluto, bye.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Buongiorno.
In questa nostra maratona di preghiere, oggi è un giorno davvero speciale, il 15° giorno del mese che corrisponde al giorno della luna piena. Quindi tutte le energie prodotte, anche quelle negative, ma tutte le energie prodotte saranno veramente grandemente moltiplicate. Perciò il fatto di poter pregare insieme, fare delle meditazioni e fare delle pratiche virtuose sono davvero veramente eccellenti. Quindi benvenuti in questa parte della nostra riunione per la pratica, per la meditazione, per tutto quello che è la preghiera, il beneficio degli esseri senzienti. Allora andiamo quindi a vedere per quello che è la nostra motivazione, che è la cosa più importante. E che quindi diventa la nostra motivazione principale. Spero che vediate il testo e vediate me. Per favore confermatemi che è così. Sì?
Sì, va bene.
Siamo? Benissimo.
Sì,
Bene.
vediamo bene.
Grazie, grazie. Allora, andiamo a generare la nostra motivazione, perché ciò che cambia, ciò che veramente rende realistica e attuale, quindi realizzabile, è la nostra motivazione. Qualsiasi azione deve essere supportata da una motivazione virtuosa, che significa qualcosa che è di beneficio a noi e agli altri esseri senzienti. Quindi questo è quello che fa la differenza. Allora andiamo a leggere per 3 volte la nostra motivazione, sentendola proprio con il cuore, sentendola proprio con la nostra energia positiva che desidera liberare tutti gli esseri senzienti, e per fare questo dobbiamo raggiungere la completa e perfetta illuminazione. Questa è la motivazione eccellente, la migliore di tutti. Allora, andiamo a leggerla insieme. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nei preziosi Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanto quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nei preziosi Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nei preziosi Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. E adesso andiamo a recitare una mala del mantra del Buddha della compassione. Vi ricordo che all'Istituto Lama Zopa Rinpoche il 2 di gennaio verrà dato il Genang, grazie alla gentilezza del nostro maestro Geshe Gelek, venerabile Geshe Gelek, avremo l'iniziazione del Buddha della compassione. Buddha Avalokitesvara a 4 braccia. È quello che noi adesso stiamo recitando, il suo mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, quello scritto ovunque, perché attraverso la compassione noi possiamo generare tutte le motivazioni virtuose che possiamo. Quindi adesso andiamo a recitare con il cuore, con la nostra mala in mano, questo mantra del Buddha della compassione. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Ed ora andiamo a recitare la preghiera effettiva che ci salva, quella che veramente ci collega con questa divinità a cui è dedicata tutta la nostra pratica della mattina. Quindi facciamo la preghiera effettiva per 3 volte, anch'essa. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha e dalle malattie dei bhutas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive. Il suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente e le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dalle 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possono essere totalmente pacificate e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari e supremi, con il potere delle dachine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Andiamo a rileggere ancora per altre 2 volte. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha e dalle malattie dei bhutas, degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via, qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo della mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e tre rasi supremi, con il potere delle dachine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte preghiere, dediche preghiere, essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Leggiamo per l'ultima volta. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dai spiriti graha e dalle malattie dei bhutas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Qualunque malattia e sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente e in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causata dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possono essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbia splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del Guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dachine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte preghiere, dediche, essere soddisfatte appena vengono pacificate. Ecco, questo è molto importante ora che abbiamo generato la nostra buona motivazione. Abbiamo la possibilità di creare dei meriti e questo lo faremo attraverso la pratica della meditazione. La meditazione è uno strumento fondamentale per creare dei meriti. Senza meditazione, anche l'ascolto, anche la riflessione, l'analisi non vengono ottenute. La meditazione invece ci aiuta a creare meriti, quindi a connetterci con ciò che abbiamo studiato, ascoltato e riflettuto. E questa è la pratica che noi possiamo fare, che noi possiamo generare per poter poi dedicare quello che abbiamo fatto e che questa dedica venga realmente realizzata. La sola preghiera, come dico sempre, e non mi stancherò mai di farlo, la sola preghiera sono soltanto parole. Non possiamo con le parole spostare un fiume, Possiamo attraversarlo con l'azione di passarlo con una barca, con un ponte, con un cavallo, ma soltanto con le parole non possiamo farlo. Allora mettiamoci in una postura corretta per la pratica della meditazione. Stacchiamoci dalla sedia, dallo schienale e sediamo in modo corretto con la schiena dritta, socchiudiamo gli occhi, teniamo la lingua con la punta appoggiata sulla radice degli incisivi superiori e portiamo l'attenzione ad una buona respirazione. La mente osserva l'aria che entra e l'aria che esce. Lasciamo andare qualsiasi ricordo, pensiero, preoccupazione e restiamo nel qui ed ora, nell'attenzione dell'aria che entra e dell'aria che esce. Ora che la nostra mente è più tranquilla, spostiamo la nostra attenzione sull'oggetto di meditazione scelto per questa mattina. Noi comprendiamo che i 3 veleni, quelli che vengono chiamati le 3 afflizioni radici, l'ignoranza, da cui sorgono attaccamento ed avversione, sono la causa di tutta la nostra sofferenza, della nostra insoddisfazione e anche delle nostre azioni che involontariamente danneggiano anche gli altri esseri. Allora oggi cerchiamo di capire bene, attraverso la meditazione, cosa vogliono dire questi 3 inquinanti mentali. Noi comprendiamo che gli oggetti del mondo, quelli che vengono chiamati i fenomeni, il nostro io, il nostro sé, ci conduce a portare l'attenzione al nostro ego e ad avere avversione da ciò che non è nostro, verso le cose che dicono gli altri. Questo è il nostro grande problema. Abbiamo una grande cognizione del nostro io. Allora in questa meditazione cerchiamo di lasciare un po' questa visione della raccolta del transitorio, cioè di ciò che non è realmente esistente, questo nostro io, così come noi lo vediamo, lo interpretiamo. Portiamo l'attenzione su come spesso noi diciamo io faccio, io dico, io sono, e portare più l'attenzione sugli altri e comprendere come tutti gli esseri senzienti, così come noi, desiderano essere felici e non fare esperimento di infelicità, di sofferenza, di disagio. Allora portiamo l'attenzione su questi 3 veleni. L'ignoranza che comprende questo ego così grande, enorme, mentre invece non lo è, e da come da essa si sviluppino attaccamento e avversione. riflettiamo su come questi tre veleni, queste tre afflizioni radici, riescono davvero ad inquinare la nostra vita e più che altro rendere impossibile la nostra felicità e creare invece la sofferenza e il disagio degli altri. È un'analisi, una riflessione che noi facciamo proprio in questa condizione favorevole della meditazione. Da un tempo senza inizio, questi tre veleni hanno inquinato la nostra esistenza. Riflettiamo su come questo possa essere potuto succedere. Adesso per un minuto andiamo a meditare su questo. È come se memorizzassimo gli svantaggi di questi tre inquinanti, li portassimo nel nostro cuore e generassimo l'intenzione di abbandonarli, perché sono le cause della nostra infelicità. Dobbiamo accettarli proprio con la memorizzazione. Non voglio più soffrire a causa di questi tre inquinanti, di queste tre afflizioni. Facciamo un bel respiro, diamo segnale alla nostra mente, al nostro corpo che la meditazione è terminata e pensiamo di dedicare tutto quello che abbiamo ascoltato, riflettuto, meditato, lo dedichiamo al beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti, tutte le persone che sono vicine, quelle neutre e anche le persone che non ci piacciono, che sono difficili e che hanno anche loro desiderio di essere felici. Allora andiamo a concludere la nostra pratica andando a leggere quello che sono le nostre altre pratiche e quindi andiamo a fare la parola vacila del pericolo delle armi. Leggiamo questo insieme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Grande amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime e trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittorioso Ayagriva, irato, Tara completamente pure, e così via. Il solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, gli oggetti di rifugio della compassione. Per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi e del prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti, lotte causate da esplosioni, con grande oceano di karma e negativo e gelosia, per favore, prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere piogge e nettare amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore, concedete la benedizione affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre con cui possono aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi ed entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno. Lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di una usura. Da ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore, fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra da ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di abitudine e condurre tutti gli altri a quella terra pura. Per favore, fa sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti. Per la realtà ultima, che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto, sono infallibili poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima e per compassione delle guru, divinità sigillo della mente e dei rari sublimi, possano queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. Andiamo a fare adesso la pacificazione delle paure e delle carestie. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e più alta illuminazione per liberare veramente tutti gli infiniti esseri, tu, il compassionevole vittorioso, hai completato le due accumulazioni. L'assemblea di condottieri e Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, Prateka Buddha, Guru, Idam, Dakini, guardiani del Dharma, delle 10 lezioni, divinità delle ricchezze Yaksha, i signori dei tesori insieme al loro seguito. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di protettore, quindi al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati dalle sofferenze, dalla fame, dalla sete e dalla povertà, fa sì che cada una pioggia di tutti i piaceri attraenti, necessari, gioiello, cibo e ricchezza, cereali, biancherie da letto e così via nella terra, nelle vie di questo mondo. Per favore, pacifica i danni causati dai quattro elementi inondazioni e così via. Per favore, fa crescere i cereali nelle culture e che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturino ed aumentino come durante l'era del completamento. Per il potere di aver fatto intente richieste con le profonde suppliche, con la forza dell'amore e della compassione, possa leone della malattia, dei combattimenti e della carestia essere pacificato e possiamo possedere una lunga vita libera, felice dalle malattie. Per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi e dei loro figli e per la loro infallibile verità di causa ed effetto, possano gli insegnamenti di vittorioso diffondersi e aumentare e possano tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente la completa illuminazione. Benissimo, e adesso facciamo la nostra dedica che porterà ad avere questa condizione favorevole e dedicare a tutti gli esseri senzienti, così come abbiamo pregato, così come abbiamo fatto. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescersi sempre più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi di un atomo esistenza intrinseca, a causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna. Con questi due sono mutuamente complementari e non sono contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Possono tutte le mie vite non essere mai separate dal guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni sentieri, possa io ottenere lo stato di Vajradhana. La forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, come il nostro diretto amico vittorioso Mahayana, in tutte le nostre vite possiamo non essere allontanati mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti vittoriosi dello Sangtrampa e avere la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, contagiosi e condotti estesi dai figli vittoriosi e realizzato lo yoga dei due stati del suprema abitudine e vacuità. Come la terra dell'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine, il legno, l'ordine delle foreste, possa io essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro, fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare come un gioiello che soddisfa i desideri e come un albero che soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, prestarmi o ricordarmi, anche toccandomi o parlando con me, possano tutte le sofferenze degli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente, possa essere felicità per sempre. Allora dedichiamo bene i meriti per tutti i miei meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me e innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla sua parte a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola, che sono completamente vuota di esistere da quella parte. Come le Raman Giusci e come Samantha Bader hanno valutato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema di tutti i vittoriosi che sono separati per una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, il re del Dharma Tsongkhapa, prosperi, possano tutti i segni e gli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti, dei tre tempi, di me stessa e degli altri, possono tutti gli insegnamenti vittoriosi della Sangtrampa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Allora la lunga vita, i desideri su santità, gioiello che soddisfa i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, posso tutti i santi desideri essere esauriti spontaneamente. E allora andiamo a fare la preghiera in tibetano per la lunga vita di Sua Santità Dalai Lama e per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Garira wenko we chinkandira pedande wa malu juene cherresi wanten singyetsui shapesite bardu tengyuchi dupsun jashin jan gongewete cinkapewe kunsundum poce chosokuele modundrumpa dasadu jengon dushante show. Grazie a tutti, grazie di questa bellissima nostra preghiera che abbiamo fatto insieme. Ricordiamoci che è il giorno speciale, un giorno di luna piena, 15° giorno del mese. Vi auguro una buona continuazione di giornate e continuare le preghiere. Saluto la venerabile Lucia che ci accompagnerà per la prossima venuta. Ciao Lucia, tutto bene? Tu stai bene? Tutto ok?
Bene, grazie.
Benissimo, grazie Lucia.
Tutto bene? Si vede in ottima forma?
Grazie, grazie. Grazie alla luce di Buddha e a tutto quello magari che facciamo. Quindi ecco, stiate in buone mani, state con la venerabile scia, che veramente state bene. Vi auguro una buona giornata e che veramente abbiate tutte le condizioni per essere felici. Come già detto da Siliana precedentemente, noi staremo insieme nel prossimo sabato, che è proprio il giorno di Natale, quindi cerchiamo di essere presenti, perché quello è un bellissimo giorno per tutti gli esseri che hanno la connessione con Gesù, e quindi questo è davvero importante. Ciao a tutti, ciao Lucia, ciao ciao.
Mani peme, mani peme, mani peme. Ciao a tutti, ciao Irene, e ciao Maria Rosa, non so chi altro ci sarà in linea, comunque vedo altre persone che non c'erano negli altri incontri. Grazie di partecipare, c'è stata una sessione una presso l'altra, quindi sarete veramente carichi di energie in questo momento, però immagino anche un pochettino stanchi, però non lo so, quindi adesso facciamo questa piccola meditazione insieme di mezz'ora, che ha un valore enorme perché raccoglie, diciamo, tutto lo spazio dell'universo dentro la nostra mente. Cioè, quello che faremo in questo momento sarà abbracciare tutto l'universo, tutto lo spazio dell'universo. Quindi lo spazio dell'universo è incluso dentro la nostra mente. La nostra maniera di percepire la realtà è duale. In realtà, quando noi apriamo il cuore, apriamo la nostra coscienza, ci rendiamo conto che tutti gli esseri non sono separati da noi, ma ci riguardano personalmente, perché sono veramente dentro la nostra coscienza, Quindi la nostra coscienza non è piccola quanto è piccolo il nostro corpo, ma non ha un limite e non ha nemmeno una forma, perché appunto prende la forma del riflesso che gli si pone davanti. Quindi questa mattina, tanto per, diciamo, per cambiare anche, vediamo un po', apro il libro del Bodhisattva Charyavatara, facciamo una magia, tanto per rendere un po' vivace questo nostro incontro. Quindi la motivazione l'avete già fatta, perché avete già avuto 2 incontri, una con Siliana e una con Tashi, quindi la motivazione e quindi è la nostra guida, è la luce, è la lanterna che ci guida nella nostra vita. Quindi è una luce interiore la nostra motivazione, che dà vita a tutto quello che viene dopo. Quindi quando noi pensiamo in termini di noi e gli altri, ecco, pensiamo che noi e gli altri non siamo separabili, non siamo separati, così come appare, no? C'è un'apparenza che inganna. Ecco, quello che vediamo fuori è qualcosa che ci riguarda personalmente. Questo è molto importante. Adesso facciamo questa magia, abbiamo aperto il libro e quindi, ecco, dunque, vediamo un po'. Ecco qua. Dunque, proprio come un uomo di fronte a qualsiasi pericolo, qui dicono tutto al maschile naturalmente, perché il femminile viene dopo, giusto? Quindi lasciamo perdere questo argomento. Di fronte a qualsiasi pericolo proteggerà spontaneamente i propri occhi, allo stesso modo anche nei momenti di grande avversità non dovrò mai essere scoraggiata dai difetti mentali. In generale noi i nostri difetti mentali tendiamo, diciamo, sì, se la nostra attitudine è abbastanza, io parlo non della nostra, la mia attitudine, meglio parlare a personale, perché non conosco voi, no? Cioè, abbastanza distratta, no? Allora le emozioni salgono, vengono su, no? Si galleggiano, e per questo noi le possiamo riconoscere, le possiamo vedere. A volte sentiamo l'odore di queste energie che stanno arrivando, però se non stiamo attenti arriverà un'emozione che ci travolgerà e ci porterà, diciamo, in una dimensione che sarà difficile poi tornare indietro, no? Per riportare la calma nella nostra mente. Come dice un mio carissimo amico, dal quale io sono, diciamo, una sua alunna, lui è un maestro delle scuole, il progetto Alice, lui dice, progetto Alice di Giacomin Valentino, forse lo conoscete, lui dice che noi siamo razzisti dentro, no? Razzisti, cioè perché siamo razzisti dentro? Perché noi dividiamo tutto dentro di noi, no? Allora ci sono le parti belle e le parti non belle, allora le parti belle le accettiamo, le parti non belle non le accettiamo, e quindi viviamo nel conflitto di questa mente, di questa realtà. Quindi cosa succede? Succede che siamo nemici e amici all'interno di noi. E quindi questa realtà, diciamo, ci divide, è come se dentro di noi esistessero degli sconosciuti, noi gli sconosciuti non li vogliamo, quindi cosa facciamo? Le proiettiamo fuori, all'esterno. Quindi gli amici e nemici va a finire, che ci abbiamo dentro di noi, va a finire che vengono a esistere fuori di noi. E questo è invece da pacificare. Come pacificare la nostra mente? Riconoscendo che noi siamo loro, noi siamo quelli. Invece di pensare che fuori c'è un amico, un nemico, in realtà questo nemico e questo amico provengono da dentro di me. Ecco, questa è una maniera molto carina, molto interessante di un approccio molto, diciamo, salutare nei nostri confronti e nei confronti degli altri, non trasferire, diciamo, no, i nostri difetti a fuori, ma riconoscerli dentro di noi, ma non come nemici, ma come parti di noi, no? Che vivono con noi, ma non sconosciuti, non nemici, qualcosa che ci appartiene, ma qualcosa che non ci danneggia. Se invece noi li dividiamo, amici e nemici, è chiaro che poi entriamo in conflitto all'interno di noi e la nostra mente non potrà sicuramente stare in pace, no? Come potrà la nostra mente stare in pace con i nemici e gli amici, diciamo, in conflitto fra di loro? Beh, questa era una piccola introduzione, diciamo così, carina, e adesso vogliamo, carina, diciamo, per me, che a me piace parlare di questo argomento perché è una pratica che io ho come, cioè qualcosa che io studio e cerco di applicarla a me stessa, e quindi ve la comunico a voi. Non è una teoria, ecco, cerco di farlo in pratica, con difficoltà, ma è così. Allora, adesso, dunque, il tempo passa velocemente, però siccome voi avete fatto tante belle pratiche già, adesso cosa facciamo? Meditiamo un pochettino, visto che Thangtong Gyalpo, attraverso cosa è riuscito a curare, a spengere l'epidemia, no? Attraverso cosa? Attraverso generare un sentimento caldo, compassionevole, caldo e tenero dentro il cuore, dentro il suo cuore. Dentro il suo cuore lui ha messo calore. Cioè, quando noi vogliamo aiutare qualcuno, prima dobbiamo mettere calore dentro il nostro cuore, no? prima di poter dare qualcosa agli altri, dobbiamo scaldarci, no? Perché se non ci scaldiamo, cosa possiamo dare? Anche un terapista, quando fa la terapia, non mette le mani fredde sul paziente, no? Perché il paziente si raffredda. Quindi cosa dobbiamo fare? Scaldarci dentro, no? Quindi dobbiamo veramente volersi bene a noi stesse, anche con tutte le parti di noi non belle, imperfette, ma non importano, non importa, dobbiamo andare oltre tutto questo e comunque sentire che la nostra vera natura non è l'imperfezione. La nostra vera natura non è essere imperfetti, la nostra vera natura è al di là dell'imperfezione. Dobbiamo sentire che è da lì che noi dobbiamo aiutare noi stessi a prenderci cura, non il contrario, no? Cioè, quindi noi dobbiamo cominciare a prenderci cura pensando che la nostra vera natura è veramente una natura di bontà, calda, generosa, affettuosa, amorevole. Va bene? Quindi adesso, vabbè, io faccio fare anche degli esercizi con le mani per sentire il prana e poi appoggiarle nel chakra del cuore, no? E quindi possiamo anche fare questo esercizio di sentire il prana nelle nostre mani e sentire proprio il prana, no? Il prana, se noi mettiamo le mani così vicine le une con le altre, sentiremo l'energia, no? Che esce dalle nostre mani. Io faccio questo perché siccome avete già fatto 2 sessioni di meditazione non voglio stancarvi. Ok? Magari Maria Rosa e Irene non l'hanno fatto e non lo so. Comunque cercate di sentire le energie delle vostre mani e poi quando c'è le mani calde sentite un formicolio, no? Come una corrente. Dunque, queste è come 2 calamite, l'energia yin e yang si incontrano e creano un campo magnetico. Questo campo magnetico è la nostra energia, noi siamo campi energetici, no? Quindi questa energia, quando la sentiamo bella calda nelle mani, la appoggiamo al cuore e dentro e scaldiamo il nostro cuore e dentro il nostro cuore pensiamo che ci sono tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti e facciamo una preghiera o generiamo un sentimento, possa io e tutti gli altri esseri senzienti avere la felicità e anche le cause della felicità. Possono tutti gli esseri essere liberi dalla sofferenza, dalle cause della sofferenza. Questi pensieri caldi, amorevoli, li facciamo all'interno della nostra mente, va bene? Allora, adesso che le mani si sono belle scaldate, sì, sono scaldate? Sentite? Bene. Adesso proviamo, allora mettiamo le mani al cuore e facciamo questo sentimento. Io stessa essere felice e libera dalla sofferenza e anche tutti gli esseri uguali, come me. Io e gli altri non siamo separati, siamo uniti. Possono tutti gli esseri vivere in pace con se stessi. Proviamo, facciamo un pochino di questa meditazione così. Ecco, adesso da questo sentimento sorge Chenrezig nel nostro cuore. Immaginiamo che Chenrezig è la nostra vera natura, il cuore della bontà. Quindi adesso nel nostro cuore, come una sorgente di luce, come uno zampillare di una fontana, esce una luce. Questa luce è il nostro desiderio innato di bene, no? Di bontà. E quindi adesso recitiamo per 1 minuto, 2 minuti il mantra di Chenrezig, immaginando che dal nostro cuore infiniti raggi di luce pervadono tutti gli esseri mentre recitiamo il mantra. Oh, mani pemeu, mani pemeu, mani pemeu. Ricordiamoci sempre il nostro padre, la nostra madre e tutte le persone care intorno a noi e tutti gli esseri, che non una pratica per tutti. Mani pemeu, mani pemeu, mani pemeu, mani pemeu. Mani pemeu. Adesso facciamo i raggi che tornano nel nostro cuore e sono uniti, tutti gli esseri sono uniti a noi e nello spazio della nostra mente. Facciamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, meno una volta. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure danni arrecati dagli spiriti delle malattie e degli elementi, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano un solo istante il corpo dalla mente come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinte nella bocca di Ama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle 80.000 tipi di interferenze, da 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere venire totalmente pacificate e possa corpo e mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Possa la compassione dei guru e dei tre gioielli, per il potere dei dachini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Quindi dedichiamo i meriti, come abbiamo visto, tutta è originazione interdipendente, quindi non esistono meriti accumulati, isolabili, dalla loro parte, quindi non esiste un io isolabile, vuoto di esistenza dalla sua propria parte, ottenere quello stato di illuminazione che è vuoto ad esistere dalla sua propria parte, condurre tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono vuoti ad esistere dalla loro parte all'illuminazione io stessa da sola, perché niente è circoscrivibile, ma tutto è in originazione dipendente. Preghiera di lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, nel paese circondato da montagne nevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità potente, Chenrezig Institute, ti prego di rimanere fino alla fine del samsara. Salvatore, preghiera a lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del suo giocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e dissemini la dottrina maggiorosa di Mangiunat, tu che magistramente corpi magnifici preghiere, che onora tre gioielli, Salvatore e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego per favore vivi a lungo. Dedichiamola per la lunga vita di Ose Rinpoche, possa la preziosamente dell'illuminazione che ancora in noi non è sorta a sorgere, quella che è già sorta a incrementare per sempre senza mai declinare. A causa di queste virtù possa diventare rapidamente un guru Buddha e guidare tutti gli esseri a quello stato senza eccezione. Dedichiamo ogni virtù finché li accumulata a beneficio degli insegnamenti e affinché tutti gli esseri migratori, in special modo l'essenza degli insegnamenti di venerabile Losandrapa, Lama Tsongkhapa, possa splendere per sempre. L'ultima dedica che suole fare sempre su Santità il Dalai Lama, possa io essere oggetto di felicità per tutti gli esseri senzienti secondo i loro desideri e senza interferenze, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento, le medicine e le foreste. Possa essere caro agli esseri senzienti come la loro propria vita ed essi molto cari a me. Possono le loro azioni negative portare conseguenze a me e tutte le mie virtù portare conseguenze a loro. Finché ogni essere senziente di qualunque mondo non sia stato liberato, possa io rimanere nel mondo per amore suo, anche se ho conseguito l'illuminazione. Sua Santità aggiunge, se il merito di queste preghiere avessero forma, non potrebbero essere contenute nei mondi, che sono numerosi come i granelli del fiume Gange. Il Beato disse ciò, l'illimitatezza del merito di desiderare di aiutare le illimitate sfere degli esseri senzienti è come l'illimitatezza degli esseri senzienti. Oggi abbiamo fatto qualche cosa di estremamente virtuoso, quindi anche la più piccola azione virtuosa che noi facciamo è un semino. Questo semino è potenziale albero nell'universo, quindi anche un piccolo semino ha un grande beneficio. Never give up, non arrendiamoci mai. Grazie. Grazie a tutti, buona giornata, buon tutto, forse ci vediamo per Natale, forse prima di Natale, e vi auguro, non lo so, tutto il meglio per voi. Tutto il meglio per voi affinché tutti i vostri desideri si realizzino. Buona giornata Irene, Sabrina, Claudia, Maria Rosa, Paloma, Palomita, Livio, ciao.
Ciao Lucia.
Ciao a tutti,
Grazie.
ciao Begonia.
Hola.
Ciao. Hola.
Bueno, un saludo a todos. ¿Cómo estás, Lucia?
Estoy nella impermanencia continua.
Sí, no possible, ¿no?
Per el momento bien. Gracias. ¿Tú cómo estás? ¿Tú cómo estás?
Bien. Cuando he conectado para prepararme para el Zoom, estabas hablando la nostra vera natura, ¿no?
La nostra bella natura, sí.
Pues eso, sí. Vamos a ver si trabajamos la nostra bella natura, el amor y la compasión.
La nostra bella natura, sí.
Ok, sí. Muy bien. Lucia, cuídate.
Cuídate, Paloma, gracias. Gracias a todos, Fabio. Anna, tutti in Roma.
Buon Natale.
Buon Natale, sì. Vale, ciao, bye, Lucia.
Chao, gracias.
Chao, chao.
Chao.
Bueno, pues un saludo a todos a los venerables que estáis aquí en Zoom y a los que estáis en YouTube. Vamos a estar unos momentitos en silencio para permitir que la nostra bella natura surja para el beneficio de los seres, ¿vale? Y eso es lo que necesitamos, que realmente se manifieste. En realidad ella decía nuestra verdadera naturaleza, pero que tiene que ver con eso, con nuestra naturaleza bella, hermosa, la bondad, la compasión, la sabiduría. Entonces, gracias a nuestros budas, Susanti el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, nuestros maestros, Chenrezig, nos ayudan a poder manifestar esa naturaleza verdadera, esa naturaleza bella y hermosa, gracias a este método de Chenrezig. Y necesitamos permitir que se manifieste y se extienda para poder socorrer a nuestras madres. El samsara es aterrador, increíblemente aterrador. Y ahora nosotros, por el breve momento de una vida, estamos en la posición de poder salir del samsara y poder ayudar a otros a cruzar a la otra orilla, ir más allá, trascender el samsara. Entonces, ya que tenemos esa oportunidad, esas herramientas de acercarnos a la iluminación, no podemos desperdiciarlo. Teniendo a los seres en nuestro corazón, recordemos la situación, especialmente estos últimos años, el tanto sufrimiento que en este mundo humano se ha incrementado debido a la pandemia, a los desastres naturales, a los conflictos sociales. Y la única forma de poder ayudar es que transmitiendo el camino, que aprendamos a no crear causas de sufrimiento, que aprendamos a cultivar causas de felicidad. Y por eso tenemos que realizar nosotros ese camino hacia el despertar para poder guiar a otros. Entonces, visualizamos al campo de méritos personificado en Guru Chenrezig. Es uno con nuestros maestros, es la misma esencia y se manifiesta en ese aspecto para ayudarnos a combatir los grandes enemigos de la actitud egocéntrica y el aferramiento al yo. Entonces, sentimos eso, que estamos en su presencia. Puedes también pensar que los seres están en tu corazón o visualizarlos a tu alrededor, como te sea más efectivo. Pero sobre todo recordemos que esta práctica, este trabajo, lo hacemos para el beneficio de los seres, pensando en poder liberarlos del sufrimiento. Y tomamos refugio. A ver. Okay. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Bodhidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Bodhidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, Desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Entonces, al recitar el mantra, visualizamos, sentimos que desde el sagrado cuerpo de Chenrezig, ante cuya presencia estamos, se irradia potente energía de bondad, de compasión, de sabiduría. Es como una cascada luminosa, como una lluvia luminosa que llega a nosotros, nos impregna completamente, llega a todos y cada uno de los seres, alivia su malestar, su dolor, sus sufrimientos, sus angustias y las causas de todos estos problemas, y especialmente limpiando los engaños, la negatividad, disminuyendo, disipando, eliminando esa actitud egocéntrica y la ignorancia que se aferra al yo. Recitamos el mantra unas cuantas veces juntos, manteniendo esta visualización de esa energía de compasión que nos impregna totalmente, especialmente nuestra mente se vuelve una con la energía compasiva de Guru Chenrezig y piensa que llega esa compasión que también fluye de ti hacia todos los seres. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Siente que tanto tú como los seres estamos impregnados de esta energía de la sabiduría y la compasión de Guru Chenrezig, que ha disipado las negatividades, oscurecimientos, y nuestra mente está impregnada de esa bondad y compasión y sabiduría. Y hacemos la oración, súplicas a Thangtong Gyalpo, que por el poder de la bodhicitta, de la compasión, de la pureza de las oraciones, que puedan ir cambiando todas estas condiciones adversas. A ver. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Y la tercera repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte, puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc., y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente. Pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar, por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Y hacemos la súplica a Guru Chenrezig, que sea genuina desde el corazón. Recordemos esa mirada compasiva, es uno con su santidad el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, con nuestros maestros. Oh Aria de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar, inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas, mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces visualizamos, pensamos que Guru Chenrezig acepta complacido nuestra súplica y envía infinitas réplicas que llega a todos y cada uno de los seres. Se sitúa sobre nuestras coronillas, se absorbe en nosotros, llegando hasta el chakra del corazón, y ahí nuestra mente se unifica totalmente con su sagrada mente al haber disipado negatividad, oscurecimientos, actitud egocéntrica, ignorancia y todos los derivados de esas aflicciones. Y esta verdadera naturaleza, esta naturaleza hermosa de Chenrezig, la vamos a proteger, la vamos a manifestar, la vamos a compartir con todos y cada uno de los seres al interactuar mediante el cuerpo, palabra y con nuestra mente. Y hacemos las dedicaciones. Venerable Drolma.
A través de estos méritos, unidos a todos los méritos de todos los Budas, del pasado, presente y futuro y de todos los seres, puede detenerse cualquier variante, cualquier daño ya de pandemias en este mundo, puedan todas las mentes de los seres estar llenas de amor, compasión, sabiduría, ética, y puedan detenerse también todos la desestabilización de los elementos.
Millones de gracias. Venerable Begoña. Cosa de esa. Ahora.
Ay, por Dios. Pues para que podamos ver a nuestros maestros cuanto antes, no solo por el Zoom, como avisa Rinpoche que va a dar la lazo de paz, sino que, bueno, pues que la pandemia vaya bajando, que esta variante del Omicron se pueda controlar y así pues podamos tener los cursos y las enseñanzas presenciales lo antes posible, que ya está tardando.
Sí, cierto. Venerable Fabio.
Pues nada, yo me uno a todo lo que habéis dicho y añado que dedico por toda la Sangha y todos los centros.
Chachi. Y Venerable Juan.
Pues también me uno a lo que habéis dicho. También
dedico para que se cumplan los deseos de su santidad, de la Mayese, de la Mazopa, de todos los maestros, para que haya más bodhisattvas que sepan comunicar el Dharma en Occidente a la gente joven, para que el Dharma siga aumentando, para que no se quede estancado, etcétera. Pues muchas gracias.
Fantástico. Entonces, bueno, que hagamos también cada uno nuestras oraciones particulares, vuestras dedicaciones. Pensemos en aquellas personas con las que tenemos un vínculo más directo o aquellos que nos han pedido especialmente que dediquemos por ellos. Y que recordemos que tanto en esta como en todas nuestras vidas futuras, que tanto nosotros, nuestros familiares, como todos los seres, nunca jamás nos separemos del Dharma Mahayana, volvamos a encontrar maestros cualificados plenamente que imparten el Dharma Mahayana inequívoco, y poniendo en práctica sus consejos, sus enseñanzas, podamos rápidamente lograr la iluminación y ejercer una labor tan benéfica como la que los propios Budas, nuestros maestros, ejercen. Y que pensemos también en todos aquellos que han fallecido o los que están a punto de fallecer o los que han renacido en los reinos inferiores, que inmediatamente puedan tener renacimientos afortunados en tierras puras donde logren la iluminación o renacimientos humanos perfectos, encontrando maestros Mahayana y poniendo en práctica las enseñanzas que reciben, logren rápidamente la iluminación. Pensemos también por todos aquellos que carecen, que han sido afectados especialmente por estas situaciones o cualquier otro tipo de conflicto o de desastre natural, que han perdido sus medios de vida, que todos los seres puedan tener condiciones favorables para la felicidad, tanto a nivel temporal como a nivel último. Pensemos también en los seres de los diferentes reinos de existencia, y que tanto nuestros centros de Dharma como las instituciones benéficas podamos tener siempre condiciones propicias, tanto a nivel material, espiritual y humano, para seguir ejerciendo esta labor benéfica para los seres. Que la preciosa mente de la bodichita que no ha nacido surja y crezca, y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más y más. Que podamos lograr el estado de Guru Buda Chenrezig y poder conducir a todos los seres a ese estado. Por la larga vida de nuestros maestros y sus sagrados proyectos, en la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Gyalpo, que vivas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del soyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunat, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas, Salvador mío y los demás tus discípulos, te lo ruego, en una vida larga. Muchísimas gracias. Os recuerdo que hoy a las 9 tenemos con Venerable Fabio el siguiente oportunidad de juntarnos y recitar en castellano, aunque tenéis todo el día con otros compañeros, y en italiano ahora, por ejemplo, con Cristiana. Y bueno, pues que vaya muy bien, que tengas buen curso, Fabio.
Igualmente.
Y
Gracias.
nada, que vaya todo muy bien. Muchas gracias a los venerables y thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. Y hola, Cristiana, ¿cómo va?
Hola, how are you? All well?
Fine.
I have a curiosity, very strong
Yes,
curiosity.
yes, please, tell me.
Very, not so much spiritual. Dear Venerable Begonia, you two, they don't come white hair, even if you are old? Because I have...
¿Por qué no tienes canas? Que no se lo explica.
They don't come to you also.
You know, Cristiana, we have to ask the Buddha, what is the karmic cost to not have white hair? But I have a maybe a theory. Normally they say white hair is kind of wise, no?
Yeah, it is. It has to be, no?
Luego, ¿sabes lo que estoy diciendo?
No.
Que mi teoría, digo, bueno, a fin de cuentas, los pelos blancos y cabello blanco es de sabios, And also from people who has many problems. Pero es verdad, no tiene canas. Bueno, tiene una ahí, ¿no? Tienes one.
Me too. I have also. We are same. So, I have this problem that people tell me, why I never see people in general. I'm here isolated, nobody can see me. But if they see it happens, for example, now I had to go in Palermo and they ask me, you are a nun, why you paint your hair black?
Yes.
And I feel so humiliated by that, because it would be so bad that a nun makes color.
Es que dice que le preguntan las pocas veces que sale que por qué no se tinta el cabello, que por qué se tinta el cabello si es monja.
A mí también me lo han dicho una vez, me lo dijeron. Te tiñes, ¿no? Tú te tiñes. Digo, yo no me tiño.
Anyway, okay, doesn't matter. Okay, we are same, Begonia. Maybe we were twins in some.
Dice que a lo mejor erais gemelas en alguna vida y por eso no tenéis ahora canas ninguna de las dos.
Maybe.
Muy bien, Cristiana, que vaya muy bien y nos vemos en Nadale, ¿no? Donde
sí.
25. Okay.
Sí. Thank you.
Chao. Hasta la tarde a los de España. Bye.
Hasta luego.
Ok.
Ciao Cristiana, buon Natale.
Hi. Adesso cominciamo la sessione in italiano. Abbiamo fatto una chiacchierata tra monaci, non importa, non ve la sto a raccontare, però insomma mi ha alleviato questa chiacchieratina. Ok, rispetto a un problema che ho, a me non mi vengono i capelli bianchi. Ho 70 anni, quindi tutti pensano questa monaca si tinge i capelli. Ok, era quello il problema. Va bene, non mi vengono bianchi. Oh, che ci posso fare? Forse me li devo tingere bianchi. Questa è la soluzione. Va bene, scherzavo. Dunque, cominciamo questa sessione di pratica molto importante, che ricordiamo sempre che certo la pratica è per pacificare la pandemia, certo la pratica è per ottenere lo stato di Buddha e ugualmente certo la pratica è per pacificare qualunque tipo di conflitti, qualunque tipo di contrapposizioni, di giudizi che diamo gli uni con gli altri, che ci diamo gli uni con gli altri. La pandemia stessa è di per sé un conflitto, ogni malattia è un conflitto tra l'energia vitale della persona che viene colpita dalla malattia e gli ostacoli di natura anche soltanto biologica, come per esempio un virus è un ostacolo alla vitalità di una persona, ma ci sono anche ostacoli di carattere un po' più sottile, cioè interferenze, come si può dire, maturazioni karmiche, ok? Per esempio ora abbiamo questa maturazione karmica collettiva di essere tutti sotto scacco rispetto a causa di una malattia che è molto difficile definire, perché questa cosa che muta continuamente significa che non è una malattia, cioè non è una malattia, è una situazione di afflizioni a causa di ostacoli, quindi è un conflitto, Allora, il motivo per cui pratichiamo è pacificare questo conflitto. Dobbiamo crederci molto profondamente, perché i conflitti sono anche maturazioni karmiche, appunto come dicevo, e quando il karma matura non c'è niente da fare. C'è una insegnamento che dice il seme karmico a un certo punto matura così come una freccia viene liberata dalla mano dell'arciere e la freccia arriva, non è arrivata, basta. Quindi dal punto di vista della maturazione karmica rispetto a questa pandemia, rispetto al conflitto sociale che ne sta derivando, non c'è niente da fare. Dal punto di vista del fatto che questa maturazione karmica ci stimola a praticare per il dissolvimento di qualunque conflitto presente e futuro, invece c'è tantissimo da fare. Se estinguiamo in noi le cause del conflitto, non ne dovremo sperimentare i risultati di queste cause. No, le abbiamo estinte queste cause, dobbiamo estinguere queste cause. A questo scopo la cosa più importante è prendere rifugio in chi ha già estinto qualunque causa del conflitto. Per questo pratichiamo, per questo facciamo questa maratona. Allora, prendere rifugio significa riconoscere che questi esseri che hanno già estinto le cause del conflitto sono in grado di aiutarci a fare la stessa cosa e quindi sono in grado di proteggerci rispetto ai conflitti. Noi non ci dobbiamo afferrare a passato, presente e futuro. Non ho capito, qualcuno mi chiede qualcosa che non capisco. I will make sharing. Yes, I can do that. Sharing the screen. So there is nothing else I have to do.
Sorry, sorry. That's for the other man who's taking over. Sorry, Venerable. Ignore that. Ignore that.
Oh, sorry. You don't have to do anything.
No. Okay. Nor do you. Good. Okay. Sorry. My apologies.
Ciao. You will learn easily. There is nothing you have to do right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Ok. Dicevamo, non chissà che, non voleva dire cos'è questo problema, non, nel senso non creare ostacoli anche rispetto a questa trasmissione. Va bene, non importa. Dicevamo, coloro che hanno già esaurito le cause del conflitto, quindi sanno come fare. Ci sono moltissimi esseri così. Noi nella nostra limitazione, nella nostra ottusità, non vediamo questo, vediamo solo le nostre condizioni. Per esempio, pensiamo a una formica. Credete che una formica veda che, metti che una formica sia qua ora sul tavolino, sul tavolo vicino a me. La formica vede la sua storia di formica, che tra l'altro è molto interessante, e loro, le formiche, le api, eccetera, hanno un'intelligenza che noi non abbiamo, ma non vede la formica l'intelligenza che noi abbiamo, non vede che ci stiamo scambiando contenuti per la nostra liberazione dalla sofferenza e per la liberazione della formica dalla sofferenza. E così noi non vediamo le attività dei Buddha, le attività degli esseri illuminati, però abbiamo prove che queste attività esistono. Una prova è l'esistenza del Buddha, l'altra del Buddha Sakyamuni in questa nostra epoca storica, l'altra buonanotte, l'altra prova è l'esistenza di molti esseri realizzati dopo di lui che hanno mostrato realizzazioni che provano che si tratta di esseri che sono fuori dal samsara, fuori dal ciclo della sofferenza. Ok? L'ultima prova, la più importante, è che c'è una dottrina impeccabile, inattaccabile, che dimostra come uscire dalla sofferenza. Ora qua ovviamente non abbiamo la possibilità di studiare la dottrina, ma solo di praticare il rifugio. Quindi Adesso condivido lo schermo della pratica che stiamo per fare. Ok. Ecco qua. E cominciamo con la presa di rifugio, poi la approfondiremo. Tutti gli esseri noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Ripetiamo 3 volte. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prima di ripetere altre 2 volte, specifico che il rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya o corpo della verità, è il motivo per cui ha senso pensare che anche noi ci libereremo di tutte le limitazioni, le sofferenze e i difetti mentali, così come gli esseri illuminati hanno già fatto, perché la chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il corpo di verità Dharmakaya, è comune sia a loro, esseri illuminati, che a noi. La nostra mente, nella sua natura ultima, è priva di vera esistenza, così come tutti i fenomeni, e nella sua natura convenzionale è chiara e conoscitrice, non è intaccata da nessuna macchia, anche se noi nella nostra persona ospitiamo provvisoriamente macchie, cioè azioni negative, pensieri negativi, e non li ospitiamo solo nella nostra persona di ora, ma le abbiamo ospitate nei nostri continuum mentali precedenti, delle vite precedenti. Però la chiarezza vuota della nostra mente non è mai stata intaccata. È per questo che la nostra mente chiara, conoscitrice, vuota di vera esistenza, si può sviluppare fino all'ottenimento della perfetta illuminazione. Questo è il rifugio fondamentale. Ora lo ripetiamo altre 2 volte. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Ora approfondiamo un altro aspetto del rifugio, che è quello nella divinità meditativa. Divinità meditativa è una rappresentazione a nostro uso e consumo di praticanti delle qualità illuminate dei Buddha in una certa forma specifica, cioè ci sono le qualità illuminate di tutti i Buddha che possono essere rappresentate nella forma specifica del Buddha della saggezza, Manjusri. E ci sono le qualità illuminate dei Buddha che possono essere rappresentate nella qualità specifica della compassione. Questo è Buddha Avalokitesvara. Ora noi pratichiamo la connessione con Buddha Avalokitesvara, che è un Buddha solo e soltanto per compassione verso di noi, altrimenti non ci sarebbe motivo che fosse un Buddha onnisciente. Basterebbe che fosse un Arat che ha ottenuto la liberazione dalle sue personali sofferenze. Invece un Buddha ha ottenuto l'onniscienza, l'onnipervadenza, apposta per poterci aiutare. Questo Buddha della compassione è qui ora con noi, in questo esatto istante, in tutti i nostri istanti, ci aiuta nel modo migliore per noi, anche quando noi non lo vediamo e diciamo non faccio progressi nel sentiero, la mia vita è sfortunatissima, c'ho un sacco di disgrazie. Questo è solo il modo del Buddha di aiutarci. E, ripeto, con i nostri limiti mentali, con la nostra ottusità non ce ne accorgiamo, ma il Buddha ci aiuta attraverso ciò che noi effettivamente siamo, cioè esseri incerti nel sentiero spirituale esseri sfortunati per maturazioni karmiche che ci fanno avere guai in famiglia, eccetera, guai economici, guai di tutti i tipi, malattie, appunto, esseri che condividono il karma collettivo di pandemie, eccetera, eccetera. Esattamente attraverso queste condizioni il Buddha ci aiuta. Non attraverso altre, solo attraverso ciò che siamo il Buddha ci aiuta. La mia predichetta. Allora, attraverso il mio essere predicatrice patetica, il Buddha ci aiuta. Allora, immaginiamo il Buddha della compassione nella forma di un essere di tipo umano, nello spazio di fronte a noi, sospeso a 2 metri di distanza da noi, all'altezza della nostra fronte. Questo essere ci guarda con grandissima soddisfazione. La sua compassione è una compassione vittoriosa che ottiene lo scopo e lo ottiene proprio attraverso la nostra connessione con lui. Quindi immaginiamo noi e tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti che anche loro necessariamente prendono rifugio in chi non soffre più. Quindi il rifugio di chi non è buddista, il rifugio di chi non è nemmeno praticante spirituale, è comunque un rifugio nel Buddha della compassione, dato che il Buddha della compassione è in grado di liberare gli esseri dalla sofferenza. Ok? Allora, prendiamo rifugio in questa figura bianca, luminosa, dai pori del suo corpo si emanano infiniti raggi di luce che colpiscono noi e tutti gli altri infiniti esseri senzienti, ci purificano dai nostri difetti mentali e ci donano tutte le qualità per praticare velocemente il sentiero. Per, diciamo così, sigillare la nostra connessione col Buddha della compassione, recitiamo anche il suo mantra. Qualche volta, qualche volta a voce alta e poi continuiamo a voce bassa per poterne recitare più velocemente. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum,